Okay, welcome to the Puck Bunkers first ever live stream, live coverage of the 2025 NHL Draft. I'm joined by my co-host Darren, Boyce, and the one and only Grant McCagg. Welcome, guys. Are you excited? Draft day is finally here.
Very excited. Very excited, Rocco.
Honestly, it's been a long season working up to here, and we're excited to get going. But you know, before the draft, we would be remiss if we did not have a quick discussion about the blockbuster trade that happened in the NHL today. Montreal Canadiens acquiring Noah Dobson from the Charlie Coyle blockbuster deal. We can touch on that after if you like. But Montreal acquired Noah Dobson, signed him to an 8-year extension. They gave up the 16th, 17th overall picks and Emil Heineman. Grant, as the resident Montreal, dare I say, insider, how do we feel about it?
Well, I don't see how you could be against the deal. It's I fully expected if they were going after Dobson that the price would be heftier than that. I thought Mailloux, Beck, one of the firsts, or maybe both the firsts, or something along those lines. And that also, I kept hearing that he wanted about 11 mil per season. 9.5 is reasonable. I don't think that's for a top 3 defenseman that can win, much a lot of minutes for you. 70-point defenseman 2 years ago. Anytime you get 70 points in the NHL on defense, you're going to get a big contract. It doesn't matter. The agent's going to ask for a lot of money, even if it was 2 years ago. At only 25 years of age, 8-year deal. He's only 33 at the end of it, right? So that's, as we know, that's defensive prime still. So it's not like he'll be in a deteriorating defenseman at any point in the deal. The cap keeps going up. So 5-6 years from now, $9 million, if he's still a top 3 defenseman, $9 million's a steal. So basically they replaced David Savard with Noah Dobson. You can't help but say that that's an upgrade.
So okay, now
not a bad upgrade at all.
Yeah. Now, do we think there's enough? Do you think there's enough puck to go around, namely on the power play between Hudson and Dobson here to make? Like, obviously, his best asset is probably his offensive play. So what do you think there? Because he had his most success when he was basically getting all the offensive looks with New York. So do you think you think it'll be an issue, or do you think it's actually a nice compliment for them?
I think it strengthens their second power play, right? I envision Hudson running the first one. And if they don't go with 2 defensemen, and they might even do that. It's possible. Although it seems like NHL teams don't do that anymore. Go with 2 defensemen on the top unit. But if they don't, it makes their second power play a lot more lethal. And also it brings more offense to their top 4, right? Again, when you compare them to Savard as far as who would bring more offense, Noah Dobson brings quite a bit more. I don't expect him to be a 70-point defenseman with the Canadiens because I think Hudson will be the quarterback on the first power play, and but that's okay. 6'4" defenseman that can move like him. It transports pucks, pick up 40 to 60 points. Eat up 25 minutes a night. It's just an unbelievable pickup by them. And it's at 16, 17 in the draft, you don't know, were they going to get a top 3 defenseman, like a defenseman that would have cracked their top 3 down the road, or a forward that was going to crack their top 6? When you look at their depth, they're under 25 depth. It's hard to visualize that. So for me, the trade made perfect sense. And it also frees them up to potentially trade Struble or Matheson or whomever in a deal to pick up a second line center if they feel they need to do that, and I think they probably will. I don't know if they're going to start the season with Kirby Dockett, second line center. That's a big question mark with the injuries. So they can make another move, and I think they will.
Does this mean a guy like Logan Mailloux is probably expendable here now?
Well,
expendable might be a strong word.
Well, no, yeah. But I mean, like,
maybe, yeah, that's the other guy that
might be, yeah.
But I think they've got the glut is left defense still, and that it's more likely to be. I mean, I don't know. I like a right defense grouping of Mailloux, Reinbacher, and Dobson in a couple of years. I mean, three defensemen, 6'3" plus that are mobile, that can bring offense, that can bring a lot of things. I don't know. It'd be kind of attractive to have Mailloux and Reinbacher on fairly cheap contracts on the right side, along with Dobson. That's if Logan Mailloux's your number 5 or 6 defenseman in a couple of years, that's a fairly attractive thing too, because I think he'll be a solid NHLer. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it makes him expendable. But again, if they trade Matheson or Struble or both, do they have to get rid of Mailloux? Carrier, a couple of years from now, if both those guys are playing and playing well, then you get rid of Carrier, right? So there's a lot of options there. I don't think there's anything set in stone. For all we know, Mailloux may end up being better than Reinbacher. I don't think so, but he's still a pretty attractive prospect. So I don't think they're going to rush into anything, and they're going to see how Reinbacher and Mailloux develop.
I think the reason I was asking is just that we've seen around the league those right-hand D are just really valuable to a lot of other teams. I just wonder if that's the guy a lot of teams will be asking for, right? Especially if you want to looking for a centerman, that's probably the guy that.
Well, I mean, if Pittsburgh calls and says, "Look, we'll give you Crosby, but we want Mailloux," then bye Logan Mailloux and 6 other guys. But yeah, for sure. I mean, but it's valuable to other teams, then he's valuable to the Canadians too, right?
Yeah.
So.
Sam Bennett resigned.
Oh, did he?
Just right now?
Yeah, I didn't.
8.
I expected that. What was the price?
Well, 64 mil, I think, for 8 years.
Yeah, well, no tax, so that's a nice
8 years, 8 mil.
Nice chunk.
Oh, I would say so. That worked all right for them.
Are they going to be able to re-sign Marchand now?
There's talk like it'll be Eklund, maybe Eklund that goes, but one of the two I don't think will be resigning. That's for sure.
They seem to think they can bring the band back.
Yeah,
but
could be. I don't think so, though. I don't know that the numbers work. I think one of them will be going, but stranger things have happened. They'd have to get rid of somebody else, probably.
Someone would have to take a pretty decent haircut, I think. But
let's go back to the Habs here. Just since they traded both of their picks, everyone in the first anyway. Do you think they'll be pretty? They'll want to try and move into the first round. Is there something they would want to target in that area? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I looked at the calculator, the draft value chart calculator today. 41, 49, and 78. They say value from 26 to 32 is more than fair. So, I mean, at 26, let's say, I don't know, Prokhorov is on the board, and they want to bring in some size to the top 9. Maybe they offer 41, 49, and 78 to a team. You talk to a team that has only one pick in the top 2 rounds in the late in the 20s, and if they think, well, we may get who we would really like at 41 anyways, let's move back and get two picks in the top 50 and a 3rd round pick. So you never know. I think they'll try. I would imagine they have the bullets. So I really think still that I said it on our last podcast that they weren't going to use, I didn't think they were going to use all 7 of their top picks. And I still think that they probably wouldn't mind not having 5 picks in rounds 2 and 3, because the chances that they even 2 of them play are pretty slim. Move up and get a player that you think will play in the lineup someday, and get quality over quantity at this point.
Still be the big forward they'd be looking for, you think?
I think so. Yeah, like Vansagi, Nestrasil, Prokhorov, one of those 3, maybe Horkov. Something along those lines. They may all go before 41, maybe. It's a possibility. So if they think they're all going to be gone and they like one in particular, I could see them moving up, but anywhere between 26 and 30, maybe even 35, If it was 35, they wouldn't have to give up 41, 49, and 78. 41 and 49 would do it. Maybe even 41 and 78.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like the Frondell to San Jose stuff is starting to cool off, and that may have just been smoke and mirrors trying to soak an asset out of somebody who really wants them.
How is it cooling off?
Well, not that this is my thing, but the betting lines have started changing pretty drastically towards Misa being the favorite at number 2. Now that could be an influx of bets coming in on Frondell now, but that sometimes says something when they change so drastically at the last minute.
Okay.
Now, that's just one man's opinion. I mean, I come from a long line of degenerate gamblers, so maybe I know a thing or two. But I promised my mom I wouldn't be like that, so I'm just talking about it instead of doing it.
Sorry, Rocco. It could have been smoke screens. I heard Denway going to San Jose at 2. I heard, and lately it's been Frondell going to San Jose at 2. I'd like to take back that list that I sent you and put Misa back at 2, but it's too late. List is set.
Oh yeah, Boyce, you got to send me yours here as well. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna play a game. It's gonna be see who has the most accurate first round. Now this has nothing to do with our lists or personal opinions. This is just prediction. So don't hammer us if whatever. But yeah, we're gonna see who can get the most first rounders right, straight up, yes or no. If you get the most right between the 3 of us, you get crowned. We'll crown you the greatest scout in the history of the Puck Bunker live streaming channel. And if there's a tie, we'll go by variance, whoever got the picks closest to the actual order. So Grant sent me his list. I got mine. I'll put it in the chat here, and I'll put a graphic up at some point later.
That sounds good.
Ooh, I'll get mine to you here, Rocco.
Oh, come on, Boyce. Are you letting the people down?
Oh boy.
I tweeted out. You know what? Let's just do this because we got some time before the first pick goes off. I tweeted out. We had an episode that we were debating doing. Well, we were going to do it, but we just kind of ran out of time. 10 bold draft predictions. So I tweeted mine out. I'll go through them quickly, and you guys can critique them. Now, let me go through them before you jump all over me. Actually, I'll just do the one you're going to get mad about last, so that yeah. So number 10, there will be a trade involving a top 10 pick. Number 9, Donnan goes ahead of Spence. Number 8, Ivan Kovic is not one of the first 4 goalies taken. There will be 9 defensemen taken in round 1. Trethaway falls outside of round 2. Blake Fiddler is one of the first 5 defensemen off the board. Frondell slips out of the top 5. Zorovsky is a first rounder. There's more Russians than USN TDP players in round 1, and Prokhorov will not be the first Russian off the board. So those are my 10 bold / bonehead predictions. If you want a chance to jump all over me,
because I like Prokhorov so much, you had to throw that one in there, did you?
Well, that's more of a tip to Zorovsky, and I think than anything.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's a list.
Grant, we got a question here from Skadoosh. Last year, Grant was the first on the Ducks taking Seneca and Carlson the previous year. Does he have any insight on the Ducks' preferences for this year?
Oh, no. 10 gets a little tougher.
I heard a dirty little rumor about them, but go ahead first.
No, I don't have any. I don't know who they're taking at 10. No idea.
I heard that they took the Raj out to dinner, and that they're
We
open.
did hear that, yes.
And that they're very much open to taking a chance on him, given the depth of their prospect pool. So, the Raj McQueen, Lightning McQueen.
Okay.
Could be leading the Flying V in a few years.
Yeah. Well, I think that'd be. Yeah, I think I don't see how Buffalo can pass on McQueen at 9. If after picking 5'10" friggin' forwards and 6 of the last 7 drafts or whatever, it just makes sense that you got to complement that lack of size with a big forward. And if McQueen is going to go top 10, I would lean towards him going to Buffalo at 9. And then he's not there.
Now here's a question for you. What if Hagens falls to 9 and they have to make that decision? Do they still take McQueen?
No.
Well, Frick, do you really? Yes.
Well, Hagens can't make it to 9. First of all, that'd be insane.
I've got him going 10 in this list. So.
Well, I mean.
So a 5'10" and a half winger has to go top 9, Rocco?
No, but he's probably the most talented, like one of the most top 2 gifted offensive players.
Maybe.
Well, yeah. Who's more like just naturally pure offensive talent? Who's got more? Misa, maybe.
He had what, 9 goals playing with Perreault and Leonard. Didn't blow me away offensively this year.
That
was no more impressive than 6 or 7 other forwards.
Well, the U18 tournament record was pretty impressive.
There were several. Well, a year ago, yeah, but you don't draft guys from 2 years ago. You draft them from what they did recently. You got to see an improvement, and there wasn't. So that's why he's dropping.
I don't disagree. I just feel like
a lot of prospects that look great in their underage year, but if they don't look great in their draft year, that is a concern. And then we saw, I don't know that he's going to be a center. So do you take him over a 6'5" center? Do you take him over a 98-point OHL center that's 6'2"? Do you take him over Brady Martin, who people believe is just going to help you win playoff, like the next Mike Richards, the Sam Bennett of the draft? Maybe you do, but I don't know. I could very well see, and I've heard it too from others. I know every scout that I've talked to has a top 7 that they like, and he's not in it. So, if Seattle wants Mertka at 8, which is a very good possibility. If Buffalo wants, would like to have another big forward because they only have 2, that would make sense at 9. And then Ducks take him at 10. I've got him going to the Ducks at 10. That's, You want to, the guy was asking who do the Ducks take at 10? If he's there, obviously, I don't see them passing on him. And Higgins at 10 to the Ducks would make sense.
Wouldn't be their style. Like they've drafted massive fuckers the last few years. Like that's pretty much been their MO is to draft as big as possible, it seems. And they're trading away their small guys. But so yeah, maybe I guess that's kind of your point.
That's the point. You complement. It's just like Buffalo. You gotta have You can't have 6 top or 5-10 forwards in your top 6. You gotta have a mix. And Higgins, McTavish, Carlson, Seneca, you start adding all these guys up, Cutter Gauthier, that's a nice mix, So, yeah, I could see them. And getting rid of Zegras only intensifies what I think would be them saying, okay, we'll take Higgins. We didn't want Zegras, Higgins, Maybe in part they thought, well, I think we're going to get Higgins at 10 here, so it makes Zegras a little more expendable.
Maybe. We got a question regarding Porter Martone and where he fits into all of this.
Oh, well,
it seems like the whole world's talking about everybody except him right now.
Yeah, well, I've heard that. If the Islanders move up, or Pittsburgh, dangles 11-12 to Utah and moves up to 4. I asked a couple of scouts, and one told me that he thinks it would be to get Martone at 4. Pittsburgh, Martone, 4. That makes sense to me. They could use a 6'3" winger playing beside Sid for 5 years. That wouldn't be a bad thing. It could really help their power play. So that makes sense to me.
I think Buffalo is going to have the easiest pick of the whole draft, probably. They're just going to get someone drop right in their friggin' lap.
Well, they might not if it's McQueen and Higgins.
Well, a lot of people might consider Higgins at 9 dropping into your lap, Darren, myself included.
Queen's got the same. He hasn't played all year, and he's a big body they need. Like there is that factor there.
Yeah, I mean that's who kind of was. That would have been the 10th. I was Higgins. If Higgins is your worst case scenario for Buffalo, no matter what you do, your fans are going to be happy.
Now, I actually have a question for you, Grant. Have you heard anything about the right-hand shot D? Are some of these guys like Hensler and Fiddler, are these guys more in demand than we think they are, just from kind of what we've been seeing in the last couple of days with the right-hand D? Are these guys maybe going to go higher than a lot of people think?
Well, they'll probably go higher. Fiddler will go higher than I have him ranked, I'm sure. I have him early second, but I see him going in the first round somewhere. I think he's he's a Winnipeg Jets type of pick. If he's there at 28, whenever they're drafting, just from knowing their scouting staff in the past and knowing what type of players that they go after, that to me is just a natural. So yeah, and Hensler, he might go top 12. I think anywhere from 12 to 20, somewhere in there, Hensler's going. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. What do you think there, Smiley?
Well, Hensler's a guy who I think could go a lot earlier than people are expecting.
Yeah,
and Blake Fiddler for that matter too. I don't think both of them get outside the top 20, honestly. And it's going to be Hensler for sure. I don't think is making it past the teens. And then
Islanders, now that they've got 16, 17, when I was looking at it and everything, I'm thinking, gee, they just traded. They just traded.
Look who's my number 16.
Darren, you're an asshole. You're doing this mock draft last minute. Me and Grant had ours done. Calling me last minute, Larry. I don't. Darren's poaching all the free tips. And
Guess who I mocked the New York Islanders the entire year before they won the first overall pick?
Logan Hensler. Listen, we got
replacement.
Yeah,
we got someone who thinks Hagens is still going to go first. What do we think about that? Far-fetched, I believe.
Oh, I know. 2 months ago or whatever, when people were showing Hagens outside of the top 3, and people say, "You're nuts. He's going top 3." There were still a lot of people that, hey, it's hard to. I know it's hard to ignore 21 points at the friggin' U18s as a underage. That's why I kept him friggin' top 5 for as late as I did, even though I was already having reservations about his play away from the puck. So, yeah. Only thing about this is I'm not getting caught up in Twitter or you having a look at it there, keeping an eye on things.
You can take a look, yeah.
Any big things happening?
Well, that's where I got the Sam Bennett thing from.
Yeah.
I think now it's just getting ready to.
Yeah, I got the TV
ready to kick off. Really,
got the TV right in front of me here.
You got the TV going?
Oh yeah, right in front of me.
Are you going to be our pick breaker, Darren?
I guess so.
I was about to put it on, but now if I don't have to, if you can do it, that's great. I can do the stuff here. Look, we got some. Look, we're learning all the technology. We're learning. Look, we might have a trade at some point.
We have a signing.
The pick might be in.
Yeah.
Wonderful. A little ticker going down here. Subscribe to Puck Bunker if you're watching this. If we can get enough subs here tonight, maybe I'll convince Grant to come on with us pretty regularly.
Be nice.
Would be nice. Darren? Who's Cameron Ryad?
Did I spell it wrong? There you go.
Just a little bit.
Maybe Ryad shoots right-handed instead of left.
Yeah, he's Cameron Reed in a mirror.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I don't think there's going to be a ton of controversy with the first pick. I don't think, but
are they going up to the stage soon? They're not kicking off right now.
Not yet, but we're starting here shortly.
Picks drop at 7:07.
So here's a question, Grant. I'm just gonna again. We don't have a lot of debate with Schaefer as the first overall pick, but we have heard from some people they're worried about him maybe staying healthy. He's been out of the lineup a lot, especially last year and this year. Is that of any concern to you at all, or has that been a concern to any scouts you've heard from at all?
Schaefer?
Yeah, like are they worried that he might be a little bit injury prone? I not that I think that, just things that we've kind of heard. We've heard from other people before.
Well, if you follow me, I don't like the term injury prone.
Fair enough.
If you would have ran 30 kilometers an hour into the goalpost on a breakaway and hit your collarbone like him, you'd be injury prone too.
That's why I play goalie, Grant.
Yeah.
What do we think of this take from Matt Kershaw? Fiddler and Hensler greater than Reed and Aitchison.
Bold.
Is it? We had Fiddler and Hensler 12 and 13 on our
final. We do.
We pretty much agree, I think.
Yeah.
Our finalists, we have both of them higher.
They're right-handed, though. That's why.
You guys have Fiddler top 13? Yeah?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. We're big Blake Fiddler. We have Fiddler.
I have a bias for the right hand big D, but again, I am a goalie. So.
We've got Fiddler really high, Zonin really high, and Zarovsky really high. Those are the three guys that we have way higher than we know they'll go, but we think down the road a couple will make us look not dumb for doing it.
We had a couple guys in round 2 as well.
Everyone's got their guys that they like higher.
Bausov was the one guy.
I'm gonna agree with Joseph here. I've been saying that for a few weeks. Jake O'Brien, he looks like a Philly type. I feel
that's who I put in the draft guide that I'm taking. is O'Brien. So
we all have them. We all have Philly taking O'Brien in our predictions.
I think it depends on if Martin's there or not, to be honest with you.
Oh no, Grant has Martin. Yeah.
I think they may lean towards Martin. Just, they picked up Zegras. They've got Michkov. Konechny's a gritty player, but he's not overly big.
They have Luchenko too, but I don't know if he's
who's not that big. I think Martin is such a competitive son of a gun and so good defensively. And then you've got Zegras and Michkov. I like to, your top six. I think that you need a nice mix. And I think picking up Zegras, if it comes down to O'Brien or Martin and they're both on the board, I believe just complement the way to complement the other pieces in the top six, that they would lean Martin.
So do you think Jake O'Brien could kind of compliment Michkov too, though? Is it just kind of a different type of compliment, I guess? I feel like O'Brien would still be a pretty good fit with him.
Oh yeah, on the power play, but 5-on-5, no. I'd rather have Martin beside Michkov. Somebody's got to be back.
North-south?
What's that?
Playing a little more north-south?
Well, just he's so good all around, Not that O'Brien's poor away from the puck, but apparently I have to share a link on Twitter.
Yeah, on your phone. I tagged you in it on Twitter. On X, sorry, not Twitter.
Okay.
Like
you guys can keep talking.
We're gonna bring Rick in later too, which is nice. Rick Springhetti, good friend of the show, good hockey scout as well. He's gonna come in at some point. We're gonna talk to him about the Habs 2 picks, but they don't have those anymore.
Well, you might want to bring up Dobson.
Yeah, no kidding. We got finally put the quash on this Prokhorov to Montreal talk, I think. Unless they trade back up, which they could.
Can I give you a word from the streets of Ottawa?
Yes, please do.
Heard the Sens might be interested in him.
In Prokhorov.
Yeah. But they don't have a Russian scout.
Be the smartest move.
I don't know how that's actually true, but
where did you hear that?
Organization did in about 5 years.
Yeah. We're on the street.
That'd be the smartest move that they did in 5 years if they didn't.
I think drafting Brady Tkachuk over Zadina was pretty fucking smart.
That was more than 5 years ago now.
Oh shit, it was too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a while. Darn, that's not good at all.
No. It would second best. They fired a couple of guys that might have been their best moves. But anyway, yeah. Rocco would agree with me on that.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about the previous management team. I like this. I like what they're doing now, though.
Yeah, they're a pretty good group. But they didn't get Dobson. That would have been a nice pickup for Ottawa, Dobson. But they didn't have the chips.
We don't have any money or an asset that they would want.
Well, they would for 16-17 Heineman. They're going to want Yakimchuk in 21. So,
Yeah.
Well, everyone, even
I'd have done that.
The Peterka trade, people were like, why couldn't Ottawa do that? We don't have a right-hand D to give up. We don't have one. We don't have anything.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
Hard for us to make a trade, Rocco. It really is. We can't give up any prospects.
I saw a pretty wild story about JJ Peterka. I guess he was known as a bit of a good time Charlie there in Buffalo.
Well, there's always those parts of it where, that trade, how could you get rid of Peterka? You're not there day to day, right? I mean, there's probably some reasons why they didn't want to re-sign him, that we don't know about. But I also think that a lot of people are underestimating the value of the big right defenseman that I know Darren was, certainly values.
I,
Kesserling's a
I
nice
value
piece.
those big defensemen very much, Grant.
Yeah.
Very much.
Like Michael Kesserling's a 30-point friggin' scoring, 18-minute a night right defenseman that can skate, play in your top four. That's worth a lot, you know. Skadoosh.
What do you think?
Yeah, I know. I was shocked last year that they didn't take one of the defensemen. I mean, I like Catton, but I just Dickinson made sense. Correct. A lot of those defensemen made sense to be going to them last year at 8. That's why I think this year, Smith or Murtka likely goes to. I think Seattle are going to think deeply about those two guys.
Boyce, you got free reign. You got to jump in and interrupt when the pick's coming in. You're muted, and that'd probably help if you weren't.
Gary's just on stage saying something, so.
Of course he is.
Who is?
Just Batman. He's just on stage. I think he's probably getting booed.
No, not Batman. He never gets booed. So what do you think of this decentralized draft, boys?
I can't stand it.
How many hockey people, other than the owners of the teams, who I guess thought that they could save a few bucks, have said that they like it?
0.
Yeah, nobody.
0.
I haven't talked to
0,
one scout.
0, 0, 0, 0.
The scouts. It was an ode to the scouts, to the hard work. These guys fly like you wouldn't believe. Well, you would know, Rocco, but how many miles and hotel rooms these guys stay in? 200 nights a year. They're on the road. They're in freaking different countries. They work their asses off. They really do. They work so hard, and it's not an easy life. Driving to Chicoutimi in a freaking snowstorm in the middle of February.
Can't say I haven't done it though. But
you have to do it. That's your job, right? And I mean, how many people would just, if you had your choice to drive to Chicoutimi in a snowstorm or not, what would you pick, right?
Dude, those roads, those highways up to Chicoutimi are just so scary. Like, there's wide open fields with moose running free, and like the wind will clear your car right off the highway. It's bananas.
Yeah, and that's not even talking about Prince George or whatever.
Some of those western routes have got to be
pretty remote.
A bit much, yeah.
But to your point, like that's like that end of year, like that. The draft is like the reward for not the reward, but it's like it is the big end of the year party for the scouts and the families and all the players, and it's everybody's celebration of the game and the work that went into the year. Like the draft is the best because like it's just pure like these kids getting to realize their dream, and it's nothing but excitement and good vibes. Like you hear your name called, you don't care where it is, you're so pumped, and like I don't know, they just took it away from everybody, and just to be cheap, if we're being honest.
Scouts up on stage. The kids like Trevor Timmons' boy Jake used to get up on stage, and he'd be right there with them, and thrill for him, right? The thrills that get to meet the top picks and the memories that they'll never forget. They bring their families, and then there's all the chatter in that. Like Steos was bringing this up the other day, like a lot of stuff gets done in the hallways and on the draft board floor and everything. When you're chatting face to face, not impersonal on the phones in your, conference room making phone calls. You're talking face to face with GMs, and some of the most classic, like the time Kadri. You must have seen the Brian Murray and Brian Burke talking.
That's a famous one.
Yeah, you're taking Kadri, and Brian sort of has and kind of that's who we want. Yes, Well, no, we're keeping the pick and we're taking them, eh?
So in our 3-man mock draft here, we all have Schaefer going first overall. No surprise.
Wow.
How's Gary doing up there, Boycer?
There's 1 minute and 55 seconds till the Islanders have to have their pick in. So,
minute 55.
You know why I'm not. Let's talk about this Frondell going to a bit.
Sure.
And why I think it's plausible, even though the betting seems to be going against it now. You look at their top future top 6, okay? Aside from Celebrini, they have, I think I wrote down a list here. I can remember it. Chernyshov, okay. Chernyshov and Misa were a combined minus 22 in their 5 games in the playoffs. So not exactly, okay, fine, okay. Quentin Musty, who's never been introduced to his own goalie, right? Will Smith, even worse defensively. Cam Lund, who is talented and ended the season with San Jose, but the knock's always been that he doesn't play any defense. And he played 11 games with San Jose at the end of the year and was minus 10, which, okay.
They took Schaefer, by the way. Also, just want to point out,
what dramatics, Boyce? Like, come on, you gotta tell us. Like,
what do you want me to be dramatic? They took Schaefer.
They're walking to the stage. We got the nice thing there. We got the ticker going here. We're gonna get another ticker going.
Great, you forgot my London Knight, Casper Haltman.
Well, you guys interrupted me. That's the other guy. But Casper Haltman, again, he's a goal scorer. But you can't say that he's away from the puck. He's Mr. Defense.
No,
right?
No, he's not.
None of these guys are. So the Stanley Cup champs, right? And it's a copycat league. They have 3 of the top best defensive forwards in their top 6. Reinhart, Barkov, Bennett. You could argue all 3 are top 10 in the league as defensive forwards. You could even say, some might say they're top 5. They're close. They're very good. All excellent defensive forwards. Well, apart from Celebrini, who in that group is going to check? Who's going to keep pucks out of their own net? Misa and Chernyshov were minus 22 together. So are they going to be your defensive conscience going forward? Like, you need a mix. I know I keep saying this, but Anton Frondell is he's a consummate 200-foot player. He's so good away from the puck. He's heavy. He just does it all. And I think he's going to be a 30-plus goal scorer in the NHL. Heavy, big, two-way NHL center. I talked to Rob Hudson, Lane's dad, today. And he told me, and he said it before too, he said, right there, keep this tweet, keep this text or whatever. I'm telling you, in 5 years, Frondell's the best player from this draft. And I don't, maybe he will be. What he did, some of the games, I'm sure you looked at the games there, guys, in Allsvenskan. For him to step in at 17 and be as impressive as he was some of those games, he's going to be a hell of an NHLer, and I could see him going. It's not out of the realm of possibility, again, from a fit perspective, where they get one more guy in the top 6 that kind of, along with the other mix that they have, it may make sense for them. I can see them going for Frondell. So now we'll hear them say Michael Misa any minute now.
We'll just say Caleb Denway instead of either of them.
Yeah, wow. Well, he wouldn't be a bad pick either. Like, you can't argue with any of them. I talked to an NHL scout recently that said, hey, Frondell could be number 1, in his mind. Now, Schaefer obviously was the. How do you pass on the potential franchise defenseman, right? You can't. So, but boy, there's some nice. They talk about this not being a great draft, but at the top of this draft, you can't go wrong.
It's a really.
I don't care how this group shakes out. It's gonna be good players.
Yeah.
This format's really weird. They put him in front of a TV screen. He's like talking to the executives.
Who?
Schaefer.
That's awful.
Oh. It's a really.
This
weird
is going to be a one. This is going to be a one-off.
Well, because they realize everyone thinks it's brutal.
Yeah. No. And really, how much money do they save? Really, you got to fly in all your scouts from all over to your city. What's the difference flying them there or flying them to where the draft is? It's not a huge difference in cost saving, I don't think. A little bit, but
it's a minimal amount of money for ultimately what they spend.
We're let's see here. I'm going to put our mock lists in the comments so it's on record. If I could figure out how to do that. My God, I'm brutal at this stuff. Not a technological wizard here. That is for certain.
So for the next pick then, Grant, you still think they're going to take Frondell?
I don't know who they're taking. I'm just making the case for all of the rumors being that it could be Frondell. Like, I know you tweeted something out about, and I get it. I mean, Misa, how many OHL centers come along and score 60 goals? The last one to do it in his draft year was Lindros, right? So, I mean, yeah.
So can I ask you a question then with that? Like, during the year when we watched him play, like his speed, his way he plays off the rush is really good. I didn't think he was that bad defensively throughout the year.
No.
Was he again, is he a Selke winner? No, but I mean, I didn't think he was terrible. And even last year when he was playing when say at a better team, he was kind of maybe playing a little bit deeper in the lineup. I thought he was actually he was a solid defensive player. He wasn't bad at all. I feel is Frondell that much better of a 200-foot player than him than you think versus maybe Misa's offensive upside is higher? Like, is his defensive game so much better that you would take him?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. And I mean, it showed in the playoffs. Like, Erie is no. How did Erie score 9 goals, 8 goals a game? It's just mind-boggling, especially without Schaefer.
I do hate to slander Saginaw a little bit. Their goaltending wasn't great, and
I know, and their system wasn't great, and the whole works. And no, I don't think Misa's bad defensively, but I really think Frondell is excellent defensively, right? Yeah. So I think there is as big a difference. Frondell has a wicked shot. Like, he might score 35 plus goals a year and then do everything else that he does out there. San Jose couldn't go wrong with either of them. I mean, I have Misa in my mock draft going to the San Jose. I have Misa number 2. So I'm not making the argument that Frondell's better. I'm just, I'm stating the case for why it's not outlandish that San Jose, the rumors that San Jose might take him are out there.
The thing I found with Frondell's shot, actually, like, it wasn't just like a straight one-timer, especially on the power play. Like, he does have a one-timer, but there's also times where he literally has enough patience to just hold it for like that split second and rip it when the goalie's already overcompensated for it.
Yeah.
Not many guys can do that. Like, he is going to score. It's just, like, do you think he could score 40? Like, is that a realistic possibility with him? Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
I think Misa Misa will be a 40-goal scorer. And Frondell, I'd say 35 would be more, but that's not bad.
Not bad.
No.
What's the pick
Rocco,
clock
going on?
43 seconds.
43 seconds. We're just going to do this. The pick is in momentarily. I just tweeted out the 3 of our little mock draft, so it's on record. So if you're watching, you can check on my Twitter. I tagged you guys in it as well. So we'll see who has the most accurate first round, just for fun. Again, just our predictions,
Well,
not
all 50 of your followers will see that. That's pretty
all
good.
50, all 50 will. He's funny, this guy. My goodness. We got to get him on full time.
Yeah.
Boys, how we doing?
3, 2, 1. I think Gary's going to walk out here in a second. Yeah.
Uh-oh. I love it.
Is Bettman's making all the picks? Saying them?
The drama.
Oh,
Is it Bettman?
Not even coming out yet.
Oh.
No. And then I got Sam Cosentino on here, so.
Hey,
Okay.
nothing wrong. We don't mind Sam Cosentino.
Sam's a good man.
Yeah.
Yeah, good man, Sam. You earned the nickname.
Mm-hmm. This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah. So last 5 first rounders for San Jose: Celebrini, Dickinson, Smith, Musty, and Bystad.
Yeah.
You think Smith's a center?
No.
No.
Okay, there's the answer.
Pretty firm. Firm on that one. Could be a hell of a winger, though.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, put him with Celebrini. Come on. Nice combo there.
I'd score goals with Celebrini, I think.
Is Bettman making the announcements, Darren, or?
Let's see who's walking out here.
Oh yeah, because they're doing celebrity picks, for these, apparently.
Yeah, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
Like a celebrity beer pong shot.
Dionne Warwick doing it? Do you know the way to San Jose? Oh, she passed away, eh? Okay. So
I don't even know who that is, dude.
I think she just passed away, so it's probably not her. Yeah.
There's no one even coming out. They're just looking at an empty stage. This isn't going great for them.
No.
Yeah.
The first one was really awkward, and now there's just like standing here, everyone's looking at a stage. Like it's not even like the teams talking to each other or anything.
It's actually like an award show. It looks like an award show.
Like an award show, yeah.
NHL, you screwed the pooch here.
Yeah, let's go back to what we had.
Like you really screwed. The pick is in. Oh, there. The banner's already up. Gary, what do we got, Gary?
And here he comes. And he's asked him to calm down.
WWE superstar.
So the second pick is being made by a WWE diva.
Peyton Kettles.
Come on. What is happening?
She's from San Jose. Don't mind the blue hair. Pretty out there. It's almost, she should have gone teal. You know? Should have gone teal. If you're going to go funny hair color. This is where the draft really starts, honestly. This will set the stage for the next.
Well, could throw things up. To be fair, in our previous mock, we did have Prondell third, so I think I still have Prondell third, actually.
Well, where do you have him in your rankings?
Michael Meza to San Jose.
But
There you go. All the smoke screens were just that, smoke screens.
Michael Meza to San Jose.
San Jose, Firewagon hockey, 8-7 games. They're gonna be fun to watch.
I don't know how you could pass him up there.
Hey.
You know,
so here's a question for them. Like they're going to need some right-hand shot D here later on. I'm assuming like that's what they're going to have to target.
Are we allowed to have pizza on the show? I think I'm going to have pizza on the show.
Yeah.
Nice sponsorship.
Dude, Domino's $9.99 for a large 2-topping. Can't beat it.
I mean, he did have an incredible season for a 17-year-old in the OHL.
Well, he had the best draft eligible season, I think, of anybody.
Yeah, there's not many guys have scored that many points in that league in a long time. From if I don't remember correctly, I think Kane outscored him actually.
And a good kid. He's going to, you know, maybe he's not fantastic defensively at this point, but he's, you know, like a lot of scouts said, unlike Perek, when the coaches talk to him, he actually listens. You know, Zane's more of a march to his own drummer type. Yeah. You know, but Misa, Morrissey, deservedly character kid. You see any interviews you ever see with Michael Misa? He's a hell of a kid. You know, all of these kids at the top. My nephew just texted me, and I guess he doesn't know that I'm not watching the draft, but you know, that story was made me so emotional about Schaefer, right? All that he's been through, right? But what a super kid Schaefer too. Just anytime you ever see him interviewed, what a strong personality and character that kid is.
Well, we were talking about that the last episode we did on our rankings. Just incredible what Schaefer's able to do with that story and turn it into you don't want to say a positive, but an opportunity to help other kids kind of going through the same battle. So I mean, not much else you can say about that, honestly. Like, that's the kind of guy that's going to wear a letter for you for a long time and make everyone in the room not just a better player, but a better guy too.
It'll be a C. He'll be wearing a C soon enough in the island. And I mean, Denny Potvin, first overall to them in 72. He's the next, you know, franchise defenseman, I truly believe, for that team. And now San Jose, it'll be interesting to see how they mix it up. I wouldn't be surprised if they deal a couple of these guys that
I'll have to eventually.
sort of like what Anaheim's been doing, you know, so they can get the better mix in their top six down the road. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Musty or, you know, Lund or whatever, a couple of those guys get dealt for more two-way guys that are a little more two-way, bigger.
Darren, is it time?
What's happening,
Darren? Well, nothing's happening just yet, but I mean, it's almost up to the moment of truth. Let's see if Darren, the prophecy Boyce, has Caleb Desnoyers fall to Chicago at number 3.
They're not taking him.
They're not taking him.
No, I'm just putting that in the universe. I don't like how their fans have treated him. So Frondell it is. Though, like, he'd be a fine pick. I guess he'd be a fine pick for them too.
For the
Here we
record,
go. I'll mix in my, Nazar, 5'9.5", Moore 5'10", Bedard 5'10". Frondell is. It just makes so much sense that they get the big heavy two-way complement for those guys. I think Frondell's. This one I'm even more, sure of than. Like, I had no idea if it was going to be Meeser or Frondell at 2, but I'm more confident that Frondell will be the pick at 3 for them. Although last year I thought that there was just no way they could pass on Demidov at number 2, but
they found a way.
They surprised me there.
Well,
I think Frondell's a good fit for them here. Like, I think this works for them. So
I think most certainly NHL scouts that I talked to, there was a top 3: Frondell, Schaefer, and Misa, and I mean, it might be Martone. Maybe.
Suggested that to Chicago a few times, but some of the Chicago people seem to think there wasn't a ton of smoke there with that. They didn't really mention him at all, which probably means they're taking him actually. But
last year we knew they were taking Levchunov, and they did. So, has most of the talk been that it's Frundell?
That's what it's developed into, it seems.
Okay.
But I mean, again, that's social media and stuff like that. It's not insider talk, but that's kind of
when you say people, not hockey people. Okay.
Yeah.
Update on the current status of our important mock draft contest. Me and Boyce are 2 for 2. Grant has Schaefer and Misa both correct as first.
I've already blown it. See, it only took me 2.
No, because you'll catch up. Don't worry. We'll have other. I got Hagen's 5th. I'm gonna get blown out there. So
maybe
we're just looking for the number of first rounders to start, anyways.
Yeah.
25 seconds. 12th time in franchise history making a top 3 selections for your Chicago Blackhawks. Wonder what the Don's doing right now. He must just be giddy up there.
Who?
Oh, the Don, Anthony Donati, the prospect Don. He's there at the press box in LA. Somehow.
Exciting times.
Somehow.
Not quite the same as at the Sphere last year, right?
No, not quite at all.
Rocco not even talked about just going, just in general. Should have went last year. It's cheap Vegas hotel rooms that weekend.
Yeah.
Oh.
Lakovic, Rocco, you got Lakovic going really high there, right? Maybe.
I do. But I might have been when I made my list.
What's that?
I said I might have been when I made my list.
Yeah. The pick in.
Jeremy Roenick to announce the pick.
Oh yeah. Maybe it's a Gatineau Olympic. former Hull Olympic, Jeremy Roenick.
Is he?
Yeah.
He is.
Love that.
Playing the Q, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy Roenick. Oh, he was the most entertaining guy.
He was a great player, Rocco.
But remember the time he was dancing on the ice?
He was the best player in NHL Sega 93.
You guys have like almost the exact same list. So you've got Lakovic at 14 too. The thing that I don't mind Lakovic, but everything that I hear is like outside. I just outside, and I mean,
from Lakovic,
you don't see players that play to the outside doing anything in the playoffs, and we just had the NHL playoffs, and I'd really be surprised if he goes top 15. I just doesn't seem like that's the flavor of the month for the NHL guys.
And Anton Frundell to Chicago's official.
There you go. Well, that makes sense.
Wow.
So Grant, the reason for Lakovic there, I mean, at the end of the year, he was starting to play a little more physically, and he has gone through a growth spurt. So I just a possibility a team's really into that package of tools. Now, I don't know if that's the case, but that's the thought process there anyway.
I don't know that it's just like play physically. You mean like he would drive to the net and
he was starting to, yeah. Like he was because when you're not, I just know when you're not the biggest guy on the ice or you haven't been your whole life, it is a little harder to learn that you are actually the biggest guy on the ice. You can lean on guys a bit more.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be kind of what you're banking on, right?
I don't like his defensive play too much. He doesn't. He's certainly not consistent with his competitiveness and play away from the puck, and his stats weren't.
On a pretty tough.
His stats weren't fantastic. Can you hear me better now?
We can hear you. Yeah, we fluctuated a lot ranking him because when we first saw him, we really liked him. Then middle of the year, it was just Didn't like what
Yeah.
we saw. I liked it a little bit better at the end of the year, though. It looked like he made at least some improvements anyway.
Well, that's fair, but you know, I rely a lot on my info from NHL guys too, and they just continuously kind of soured on him as the year went along. But they
I
may
could
not have
see
seen
that.
it too much at the end.
Yeah,
What's that?
I could see that. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
shocked by that.
He could have the Callum Ritchie fall there, or the Quentin Musty fall. Really,
Well,
super guy that drops a lot, right?
I mean, I have him late first. We'll see. I don't care how big you are if you don't use it, you know. James Higgins. Has Luke not been listening to us or what?
Don't give Luke a hard time. There'll be no Luke slander around here. No, I got Danway to Utah would be my guess. Grant Boyce got Danway. Grant's got Martone here on his mock.
And again, this is a prediction, all right?
Yeah. We can change him as we start getting more and more wrong. We're gonna have to change him on the fly later, but that's what the list says anyhow.
All I kept hearing, and the rumor was that Utah's moving back, Pittsburgh move up, and they take Martone. So I threw that one in there, even though if I was Utah, I'd take Denway at 4. That would be my pick, but we'll see.
So what's
certainly a lot of lists, like Bob's list? Where did he have Martone? He had him top 4, did he not? I think he might even had him 3. So there are certainly scouts that think Martone is top 3.
What did we rank him, Rocco? 4th?
Martone 4th, yeah.
Yeah, but we mocked him 9th.
Oh,
our mock's awful, but whatever. But yeah, we like him, but it's just
someone has
tonight. Well, it's like looking at the teams and what they need. Like, that was just
Well, centers are valuable, right?
Well, that's it, right? So that's how we did our list. Is we took all the centers first, really. Put Hagen's natural because that'd be fun, but
no, I can't argue with teams wanting if they think a center can be a top 2 for them. That's tough to pass on, even. But I'm surprised that you put Martone that high, Rocco, because I don't know. The way you talked about him during the season and what we saw live, and
Grant,
you really changed your tone on it if you put him that high.
A wise scout once told me, "You can't learn a teenager's career in one viewing, you dummy." Quote unquote, Grant McCagg, 2022.
Yeah, but I watched 10 games. I didn't just watch one game.
Oh, I know. I'm saying that. No, but I'm saying
I watched video all year on him, and he was dogging it. So
looked fine to me in the playoffs and the World Championships.
Yeah, he played 2 games in the World Championships. You can't base it on 2 games. A wise scout once told me that, Rocco.
Which games can I base it on if I'm not allowed to see him when he's playing higher level?
No, but you're going to base it on 2 World Championships games, but you're not going to base it on the live viewing. Okay, all right.
Based on a skill set too. 6.
Well, all these guys have flaws here, right? Like there's a flaw.
Yeah, but I mean, nobody dogged away from the puck more consistently in the top 10 than Martone for me. And I don't know about the pace sometimes too.
The pace
he's not going to be a fast skater, that's for sure.
No, if you can get to average, though, he'll be good enough. Oh
yeah, well, I just don't know 5-on-5 how good he's going to be. I think he'll help you on the power play and maybe be a little inconsistent.
He's really good around the net. He's really good around the net. I'll say that. Like, that's, again, if you do get in a playoff format with his body type and he gains a step, or you get him to gain a step, like, he's going to be fairly
blue line in
area. Yeah,
blue line in. He's effective.
Yeah,
just as long as the other team doesn't get the puck, then. Whew.
Well, we don't have him here anyway, so we'll.
Yeah. Well,
There's Steven. Grant, good to see you, man. Let us know where you're going to be appearing next season. Steven, we're working on that here. We're working on that. We're hoping that we're going to be able to do something pretty regularly together. I don't know if it's going to be Recruits, the Puck Bunker, something new entirely, but we think this is a pretty good mix. Grant lets me get on his nerves, so I don't mind that. So we're going to keep you posted, but we're hoping that the three of us will be able to do something here pretty regularly, and it'll be a lot of fun next season.
I plan on doing a lot of podcasting. There'll be some announcements coming up there. So, yeah,
there we go.
I missed it, and a lot of nice comments from our last show there, and people saying, "Hey, that was encouraging," and it helped me decide that I should probably be doing this again regularly. So I appreciate the support there, folks.
Here we go.
How much time till the pick?
It's in.
Eh?
The pick's in.
Yeah.
No,
Tony
I know, but
the golfer's making the pick.
But he's doing a Utah mountain call.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Utah kept the pick.
Yeah.
Denway.
Hello, Denway. The Moncton Wildcats, he says. That's Moncton, baby. Moncton from the great province of New Brunswick.
We can thank Trent for that pick.
There's no way. There's no way that Andre was gonna pass on Denway.
Well, they need.
He would have been like. Again, I thought that they'd be trading the pick just based on. Trying to get the predictions right, and of course, as usual, wrong. But again, I had Denway top. Well, I had him fourth. You guys had him
third.
You guys had him top four too, right?
Yeah, we had him third really early in the year, actually.
Well, I had him three.
For me, Denway has been our top three all year, really.
Yeah, I had after Hlinka, I had Denway top three.
Yeah,
and it's funny, most of the lists.
He was like 10th to start.
Yeah, it's like, and I'm just, are you guys watching this kid? Like he's so smart. He makes so few mistakes.
I mean, I will say this, like some of the depends what people value that are doing those lists, right? Like some people really value. He's not flashy. I think that's what kind of stands out to some people anyway.
He's not flashy, but why is that bad?
Well, I mean,
you gotta love a guy that comes, and I know he's from Quebec, but he played in the Maritimes, so we're gonna honorary Maritimer. And you know what else that's great that comes from the Maritimes is a nice Alexander Keith's India Pale Ale, and in celebration of a Maritime selection, we're gonna have a Maritime beer.
So here's the question for you, Grant. You were talking about Frondell. And he could be that hard to play against two-way guy. Like, why can't Denway be that guy? Like, he's technically bigger than him. He has more room to grow. Like, in my opinion, I think he could be an absolute lug to play against when he's full.
He's not technically bigger, though. He's technically smaller. He's
taller?
Well, no, he's not. No.
He was 6'2".
No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
They were measured at the combine, and Frondell was 6'1.5" or 6'1 and a quarter. And just a second here, Denway 6'1.5", so a quarter-inch difference in height.
Okay,
but the difference.
Do you think
Denway
physical type guy?
Denway 178, Frondell 204.
Yeah.
And Frondell, and I'm told that the guys that saw him that he can put on another 20. Like he's going to be a huge man. He is. So that's the difference is he's heavier. He plays a heavier game. And that's why basically the only real difference between the two, very similar games. I think Frondell's got a better shot too, and he probably maybe score more goals. But the major difference in the two was that the size difference, like he's got 30 pounds on him basically, so that's a major difference, and what put him just a hair ahead,
Yeah.
But I agree that very similar type players. Love them both, and I'm glad that got the top four right. We got all three of us got the top four right. So not in this silly list that that Rocco made me
Well, you
put
could have
up
submitted
today.
whatever you want. You know,
If you do subscribe to Recruits Draft Guide, you got a picture of it there. I know I sent one to you. At some point we got to flash it up. I've got those were my top four, and your top four. No, you had Martone where?
We got them. You had it right on the list in your order. We had it right on our mock draft, but not our list. So our list, we have Martone 4 and Frondell 6.
Frondell 6. Oh my goodness! I'm glad you didn't put out a draft guide. You know what? I'm gonna go get a beer. You made me thirsty.
I think you should put it on your forehead and cool off a little.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, gotta love it. Darren, we're back. What did I say?
Our guides we're not looking too bad, at least on our mock here.
Yeah, what's wrong with putting Frondell 6? I don't know. Like, do they play a game yet? Do we know for sure? I don't think we know yet.
Yeah, it's all right. Differing opinions.
We'll see. Now, what do you think happens next year? Pick 5.
Nashville. This is the first kind of Hagen's location that's realistic for them.
Hagen's or Martone?
This is where you don't know what they're really going to do, but I think those guys are realistic here. They could go a centerman though, so I do agree with.
I wonder if this is where we see that trade to Pittsburgh.
Possibly.
I wonder. That might make some sense.
Any predictions from the viewers here?
JF is still living in Danewaye land.
It's a good place to be.
Yeah. You got Steven thinking O'Brien.
It is a possibility.
It's okay, JF. Everyone who's a Habs fan wanted Danewaye to Montreal. But
for reference, I said Hagens. So for reference, I said this is a spot Hagens could go.
Well, in your mock you sent me, you put Martone. So
did I put Martone here? Yeah, it is true. But in our other one, we put Hagens. So
highest points per game.
That's what I have too.
Look at that. Look at you guys. Just maritime beer.
Hey,
I like that.
But you know what? I'm going to go with this.
You're going to drink that cat piss, eh?
Canadian. It's the closest to the Canadians.
Brett thinks Martone's going next. JF's got Brady Martin. I don't know. I
have Martin 5th on my list. Don't know if that means a lot, but
I don't know. Yeah, I'll guess Hagen. I feel like Nashville needs to draft a star, like a Martone or Hagen's here. Who knows? We don't. You know
what?
We don't know.
In my mock draft, I put Hagen's because I looked at it and I said they've never drafted I mentioned to this our last show, right? Never drafted a 65-point scorer.
Yeah.
So maybe they go with the guy with, as you did out, Rocco had 21 points in the U18s. So
Shea Weber.
But
Shea Weber announcing the pick.
For this exercise today, I said Martone. I went with the size over the smaller guy, the bigger guy over the smaller one. So
Trotz. Martone would be a Trotz type pick, but
Here we go.
I heard that they really like Denway. They Trotz.
Brady Martin.
Is it
Wow.
Yeah.
So
5 for
centerman.
5? 5 for 5 so far.
There you go.
I pity the fool that don't get the Recruits Draft Guide.
Well, look at him. He's working the farm. I love it.
Yeah.
Out in Elmira.
Mennonite farmer.
No. Be careful saying Mennonite. You might get suspended in the OHL for that. Got to be careful.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, we're not in the OHL.
No, we're not.
Dave Branch doesn't rule me. Thank goodness.
I can live by that.
Yeah. I know he's retired, but they still call him up for every ruling, I'm sure.
Yeah. So Rocco and I had Martin going 7th here.
Well, your list isn't that bad.
No. Well, we figured Boston was kind of the
Like you had him. You in the mock you had him 7.
Yeah.
Where'd you have him on your ranking?
8.
8. My goodness, getting worse, boys.
Hey, we have him top 10.
Yeah, but Grant, you had Reinbacher over Michkov, so like, don't come at us.
Yeah. Actually, no, I had Michkov 5 and Reinbacher 6.
Joseph gets his wish here. Joseph, not a Martin fan.
That's a little late there. I hope you didn't just put that out.
No, I just put it up.
I think O'Brien. I think they'll take, but it might be Martone. Oh, I also Bill Meltzer, who writes, great writer for Flyers writer, told me that they had Martone in for Higgins in Voorhees for a special meeting, and they try to keep it quiet. They kept it quiet with Michkov, and then ended up picking him. And were saying they were talking to other guys, and then they picked Michkov. So he thinks that they may take Higgins, and that they've been, trying to fool everybody into thinking that they weren't interested in Higgins, but that because they had this secret meeting with him, that at the end of the day, that they end up taking Higgins. I think with them picking up Zegras, having Michkov already, I just said Martin if he was there, but I think O'Brien would be the pick for them. I think they need a center, a 6'2" center would be a nice in their top 2 to go along with Luchenko. That's a nice 1-2 punch. So I expect it to be O'Brien, but
all the centers
might
are
be
all
Higgins,
going.
might be Martone. One of those 3.
If the trend continues, the centerman
What's
is going to
that?
go.
I agree that it'll be O'Brien. That's where I'm like, they need a centerman. That's really like, whether it was Martin
O'Brien and Michkov on the power play, pretty deadly, I think.
I think this is also
what O'Brien had 41. O'Brien had 41 power play assists.
Yeah,
Michkov, he's really good on the power play. I think that would be a deadly combo for them.
He sees the ice really well. They play in a small rink too, so
yeah. And I don't, this talk about you got so many points in the power play. Well, do you not want to score your team to score in the power play?
Special teams are a lot of your goals, so
especially at playoff time. They ever get back in the playoffs, that can be the difference in the.
They got Charles Barkley. They got Charles Barkley announcing this pick.
Sir Charles. I love Charles.
Everyone loves Charles.
How can you not?
Big hockey fan, Charles Barkley. He's hilarious.
I know. I love it.
They're going turn into a Charles Barkley interview.
Yeah.
This is just the worst format versus like what they used to have.
Sanichka in your top 32.
Yeah.
Ooh. Never know.
It's the right-hand D. And it's for,
Oh,
I think
my
that's
goodness.
the San Jose pick.
Here we go. Porter Martone.
Oh. Or pick off.
They need some size.
Yep. I'll assume with these next
there's
picks.
my first. It's my first mulligan. I had him 7. It's funny. It's funny though. I really did debate switching those two. I don't know how many times. Even though you heard my dilemma with Martone, I still get it. You know, the 6'3" kid that might score 70, 80 points. It's an attractive piece, even if there are flaws.
Well, even so, like those guys are hard to find. Like teams are always looking for those big wingers who could score a little bit in
Yeah.
the playoffs too.
Yeah.
So it's a valuable asset. I mean, center's a more valuable asset, I would argue, but I mean, a big winger's still in demand, especially at playoff time.
Well, yes, he's huge and he's strong and his hands are incredible. And it's like what he does well is going to translate.
Yeah.
They do need a center though.
Oh, you're not a
I think-
Jetlichenko guy?
I guess, do they I don't know, Couturier, did they think that Coots can play another 3 or 4 years of maybe, but it's surprising though. He's not, it seems like he's been around so long that he's like 33 or something, but what is he like? He's 30, 29.
Couturier?
Same age.
I think he's still in his 20s. Is he not?
No, he'll be 30 something, but lower 30s, I think.
It's not.
Were they 2011 draft?
Yeah, I think was he the Nugent Hopkins draft?
Well, the same draft as Zibanejad and Scheifele.
Oh, well, okay. He's in his 30s then.
Yeah.
It just seems like he's ancient, but he's not. I was surprised. I was looking. And he might have 3 or 4 more years, and then you try to get another. You try to get that other center to replace him eventually, right?
Well, I just wonder if there's a center available where they pick 22. Like if a Braden Coots or someone's available there, that's probably a guy for them.
Nesbitt.
Yeah, Nesbitt might be a guy for them.
Yeah. He's 32. Okay. I was a little off there. Probably 3 years just flew by.
So Hagens has fallen to 7 now.
Yeah.
So.
Well, did you not hear what I said before the?
I sure heard you. Absolutely.
Yeah. Who's picking now? Boston?
Yeah.
Oh, they're not taking Hagens, I don't think.
No, I think they're taking O'Brien.
I would think they'd take O'Brien. Yeah.
They need a centerman too.
But, is there going to be pressure? Boston College guy. Better take.
This is a trade option for them though.
They could use O'Brien. They could use Hagens. Either one would be fine.
Yeah.
They're not taking Mertka. I'll go to the bank on that.
Don't imagine, no. Well, you don't think it's could be Chara reincarnated?
No. Merka's not he's about as mean as Peyton Kettles.
Kettles is mean. Are you kidding?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, he cross-checked a couple of guys in front of the net. Ooh. Did you look at his fights? Did you look at his two fights? He got punched.
What makes him not tough?
He got punched in the face, and he goes, ooh, like this, like.
Yeah, are you willing to get punched in the face?
He's mean. He's mean. Everybody's mean everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face, as Mike Tyson said.
I'm not really worried about the guy who's sick, who fights guys in training camp about not being tough enough.
Well, I don't know where you get he's mean.
You make him sound like he plays like fucking Sam Girard. Like, come on.
I don't think he's mean.
Big, mean Peyton machine.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we're still on pick 7. We're still on pick 7 here, so we can talk about that one later.
Yeah.
There'll be no.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, he said Peyton Kettles at 3. He already brought him up, so he's obviously got a you know what for Peyton Kettles. I have Kettles. I have Kettles in the 70s, and Rocco listed has him 30. So we're obviously going to have a discrepancy on that one.
Yeah, because I know what's going on. Man's going to play.
I've liked him in the 30s too. So, but maybe it's the games I saw. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
We like Bausov way higher than everyone too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't even invite him.
Both you guys are in the same league as Wang and Sinichka. I don't see much.
They didn't even invite him to the combine, Bausov.
Oh wow!
No, I saw that. But
career's over.
No, just it gives you an indication that he's probably not going as high as you. Just to confirm what you said. Yeah, you've got him higher than what I think.
Well,
the NHL.
Like what we saw out of him though. Whenever we watched him,
Bausov?
I don't mind. I don't mind Bov. I mean, you're watching Prokhorov, and then you see this big 76 on defense. That not bad.
He does a good job.
I think I have him in the 3rd.
Yeah.
Did you guys? Did you rank him in the 2nd?
We put him in the 40s.
Okay.
He's a big right-hand defenseman.
You guys in the right-hand defense. You've got a pulse. If you're 6'4" and you got a pulse and you're right-handed defenseman.
Great. It's a left-hand reliever in baseball. It's the same
thing. JJ Peterka.
Doesn't matter what your flaws are.
JJ Peterka.
You're going top 50 in the Punk Bucker top 50 rankings.
Well, Kesselring just got traded for JJ Peterka, and he's 6'5" right-handed defenseman who goes pick in the 6th round, who ended up panning out. So when they hit, they're worth a shit ton.
It's just
when they hit, they're worth a lot.
How many big right-handed defensemen don't pan out? Why don't you do a study on that sometime?
How many guys of any position?
There's lots. They don't all pan out. But you seem to think that
not everyone pans
every one of them's got to be
because every center, every guy you ever ranked high panned out. I'm sure. How's Kotkaniemi doing? Guys bust. It doesn't matter what position they are, but I'm saying if the guys hit, then that position has value. If you're a right-handed leader,
they took Hagen.
What the fuck does Kotkaniemi have to do with our conversation? You always got to throw that in. Kotkaniemi. I don't know. He's got the 2nd most games played by a draft pick under the age of 22 in the NHL. He's done something. He's played top 3 center. Played top 3 center on playoff teams. He's played 30 more playoff games than Brady Tkachuk? I don't know. Yeah. All I know is that he plays playoff games. Brady Tkachuk's at home.
Hagen's Boston. Staying in Boston. Him, eh? Well, I was trying to say it. I was trying to. He's been picked for a couple minutes.
Yeah, they took Hagens. So the Boston guy. So that's an interesting pick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had him ranked 8, so 7. Yeah. And they need skill. Like, in talking to them, anybody in the organization, and what you read and hear is that they want to add skill. They want to add skill this draft. So
Yeah.
you going to chip in on Kotkaniemi there, Darren, or you going to leave that one?
Well, every position has guys that bust.
Look.
No,
They
just
So you can't rank a guy higher.
can we do a podcast without you?
He's played. He's not a bust.
If the plan is to have me on regularly, and you bring up fucking Kotkaniemi every single time, we won't be doing that many podcasts together. That's all.
What did you just do? Rip my list up and down because you know everything that's going on. So I'm allowed to rip yours back if that's okay. We're going to play on a level playing field.
No, just the argument that you just that if you got a pulse and you're a right-hand defenseman, you got to go in the top 40. Like I just
if you're 6'5" and you can
you don't. I think one flaw is in your scouting, and I mean, you can take this as a guy that's been scouting, I don't know, 30 years or whatever. You don't have to agree, but you don't necessarily scout the big right-hand defenseman very closely. You just like him if he's not bad. If he's not a horrible, if he's not real, you rank him high. And it's just that your argument is, well, he's a big right-hand defenseman. Well, you got to actually be able to play the game. You got to be able to move the puck. Can I finish? Just don't interrupt, please.
You know how
you got to be able to move the puck.
You've
got to be able to think. You can't be a turnover machine. You got to have some physicality. Doesn't matter if you're 6'5", but if you're not that physical. I'm not saying that's not Peyton Kettles that I'm necessarily talking about, because he does have some physicality. Just that every scout that I talked to, and from what I saw, he doesn't play physical enough for his size. For what you'd like, if you're going to draft a guy in the top 40 at that size, you want to see more physicality. And I mean, you can disagree with it. That's fine. But I just think that you have a tendency to not necessarily look for the flaws in the big 6'4" or 6'5" right defenseman or left defenseman, because he's a big 6'5" right defenseman. And I think you're a great scout. And I think, in every other facet, pretty much, I like, and I agree with your takes on players. I just think that there's a bit of a bias, and I know every team wants big right-hand defensemen. I get it, but you want good ones. And I think that maybe sometimes you forgive the flaws a little too much, just based on the fact that they're a big right-hand defenseman.
In the second and third round, everybody has major flaws. Every single player there has a major flaw that will keep them out of the league.
Well,
so I'm going to No. You talked. I'm talking now.
No,
so
right.
I'm going to rank the guys that have the chance to be extremely, extremely valuable if they hit. And after the 30s or 40s, where you're getting like the consensus top guys, like there's guys that are big defenses. I didn't have Rom back in the second. I didn't have Barnhill in the second. I have certain guys that I liked that I put in the second round. And there's other big guys that are not ranked in the second round for the record. I watch the guys that I watch, and the ones that I like, I put high. And this year, that's Wang, Sinichka, and were the big guys that I really like. But there's other big guys that I have a lot lower. So I think you're coming at that with a bit of a not entirely accurate. And further to that,
of course, you're not going to agree with that.
If the guys hit, look how much they're worth. If the guys hit, look how much they're worth. Kesselring, 6th round pick, got traded for Peterka, 30 goal scorer. So I'll blow 3rd round picks all day long trying to hit on a guy like that, because when I do, they're going to be worth the world.
So you're going to keep bringing up one guy, Kesselring. So that means in Kesselring hit, he was 6th round, so that means every.
No, but it's a pretty good example, Grant. It's a pretty good example.
No, I just
hit and what their value is. It's a good example of someone who hit and what their value is.
If you'd have brought him another than Kesselring this time, then
was he involved in the trade yesterday? Pretty good example then.
But it's your 3rd time bringing up Kesselring, and it'd be nice if you had another example, right? But anyway, I get
fourth round pick, fifth round pick.
I get where you're coming from.
Lots of guys.
Seven, Higgins.
Lots of guys hit that are
8.
big later. Like it's not just Kessering, and the ones that hit
Yeah.
were done.
So
Who's
if
Seattle going to take?
if I could just comment here, the reason I like with the right hand D, the reason that I will pick them, I will put them at the top of a tier, depending if there's centers at, like, I would have them over the wingers at that tier, and I have over the left hand shot D at that tier as well, and goaltenders. Now, my bias is goaltending. I will not put a goalie in the first round. That would just be my strategy. Some guys would. But we're all going to have a bias though on some of these things. Like it's even like everyone's going to have a bias of a player they really like. It's just, I think the right hand D are important. That's my opinion. Like, it's just, again, there's,
I'm not saying they're not important. I just, not every puck moving is so important in today's NHL.
Brian.
And I don't care if you're 6'5", if you have problems moving the puck back there in today's game, you're not going to make it. And a lot of these guys that are, getting ranked to top 30, 40, they're,
hey, we got to pick it.
There's a decent chance that they're not even going to make it. We got the 8th pick there yet?
Yeah, Jake O'Brien.
Oh, okay.
They didn't take Mertka, so now.
Okay.
So now it's Buffalo.
I'll never make it as a predictor. What's that?
The ears close when the mouth goes.
I'll never make it as a predictor, that's for sure.
So here's another question when we talk about these right-hand D. They're just, I would argue in this draft, there aren't a lot of, say, puck-moving defensemen per se, especially after the first round.
Right.
So how are we supposed to value these guys then? Because, like, again, the guys we're looking at here, like lower lineup defensemen, right? Like, they're valuable, but they're not, like, they're probably not going to be top pair guys, at least for that. And if I see a guy who can skate well, make a breakout pass, I don't think he handles the puck like a grenade. Like, I do find that to be somewhat, at least, enticing to me, especially with a bigger guy, because they usually take a lot longer to coordinate in that. It's like, I see that, to me, like, I do find that appealing versus maybe.
Well, I guess my argument is that some of the guys you guys have in the top 60 don't move the puck well. And, we can agree to disagree on that. Yeah. And that's my point. Yeah. I think it's so important in today's NHL that, you can move okay. Yeah, you can have a little bit of physicality, 6'5", great. But if you're not a good puck mover, it's difficult. And I think some of your guys are like, even Sinichka, having him 30 on that list, like, you're really hoping for a lot of.
He's the guy that I like the least out of that group.
But my reasoning again is kind of the team picking there, right? Like, part of that is the mock as well, right? Like, I assume they're going to go a right-hand defenseman, and they're going to pick one of those guys that are available there because that's a need that they have.
Well,
Darren, I don't know which guy they would like. It's kind of a
there will be defensemen go higher than I've got them ranked, and you're right. But for me, if there's not a lot of puck moving defensemen, then don't pick a defenseman with a top 40 pick. Pick a forward, or a goalie.
I'll take a goalie in the 30s. I'm happy with that.
Yes. Yeah.
Boyce, for the record, that's our top 8 off the board.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not bad.
So we didn't get the order, but we got the top 8.
All 3 of us did.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, not a big accomplishment. I think everybody had that top 8.
I don't know if everyone did.
Pretty obvious. Pretty obvious.
I saw McQueen a lot. Craig Button had him 5. Some people had him pretty high. I think even Bob might have had him top 8.
He was never going to go that high though with the injury though.
He puzzles me. because like he's the big guy, like he can handle the puck, but he doesn't really. To me, he just doesn't see the ice very well, like seeing teammates and stuff. Like that's my issue more with him, and is injured all the time. But like, I don't think he sees the ice that well.
No,
Like,
I agree. I'm not.
Is that something you saw? Like, is that?
Yeah,
that was more the issue I had.
I think he's more of a goal scorer than a playmaker.
Yeah.
And I don't find him overly creative. I think he's been overvalued a bit. So we'll see.
He to me looks like one of those big guys, like classic junior big guy who just dominates with his size advantage. Kind of a la Logan Brown, but a little different scenario. But
he does have really good ability to score, though. Like
his hands, his short area, like his hands in tight are
wow. Justin Azevedo. Shout out Justin Azevedo on the screen right now. Most power play assists in the OHL, 56. The guy I played with when I was a kid.
You played with him?
Yeah, he was really good.
Well, yeah, no
he was
kidding.
Small, but he was really good.
Yeah, for sure. Bob had him ninth.
So you think Buffalo's going to take McQueen here, or they take Murka?
I don't know. I would have said Murka for sure 2 days ago, but now I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, but we'll see. Depends what they think of McQueen's healthy or not. I think if not, maybe obviously they value righties. They just traded Peterka for one. Maybe they take him.
Yeah. Grant's frozen. Might have to invite him back.
Maybe just turn his mic on and back off. Or his video on and back off. It's okay. He'll come back.
Everyone on Twitter is just saying the decentralized draft's an unmitigated disaster. So
it sucks, dude.
Yeah.
We lost Grant. He didn't rage quit on us, I hope.
No, he didn't.
I like that comment. That was kind of funny.
Well, like it would be. They could use a big forward. Like he is right.
I love it.
I'm just looking.
Boyce, what do you think here? Murka?
We picked Murka. Like I think we took Murka here too. If I look, but like it's very possible they go McQueen. Like the draft's gonna just fall apart for us here. I had Hagens here actually. I had Murka going 8, so I would say Murka.
Hey, I'm out of the three of us. I'm the only one that has the top 8 on the mock, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Grant's back. Welcome back to Grant McCagg.
I don't know what happened there. I went and looked at Bob's list and came back and everything was twirling.
Well, we got him back.
That happens.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So,
here we go. Hold on. Picks in. Buffalo selects.
I could see Buffalo taking McQueen.
Radim Murka.
So they take Murka.
They took the big defenseman. Well, I mean those big right defensemen are
they're valuable.
They're valuable.
I don't know.
Oh shit!
I think I played a little too much baseball. I just think they're left-handed pitchers now. It's the same thing. Like you throw like.
No, I know.
It's a market inefficiency.
And I think that that's going to end up being too high a pick. But I get it. You want if he hits, you got a top 4 big, and I mean, we all played some hockey. You might have played nets, but you appreciate the big demon in front of you. And me as a winger growing up, that big with the long stick that that could skate as well or better than me. They were tough to play against. There's no doubt about that. So yeah, I get it. I do.
He takes up half the ice when he's
he's
moving around out there. Like it's just his stick's half the ice to begin with. And
well,
he's so
he's rangy.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about it. And
the offense is iffy, but
yeah. But if he can develop his defensive game, he's got some things to work on. But if it all comes together, he'll be a good shutdown. He'll be a good shutdown defenseman. I like what Buffalo's doing. They're trying to get bigger, and and it starts on D, right? Friggin' Power, Kesselring, Mertka. That's a lot of size.
yeah.
Wow.
Samuelson's not small.
Oh, I think Samuelson. I think
on the way out.
Oh, you can read the writing on the wall there now. Dahlin's not going anywhere, right? Samuelson. I've never been a Samuelson fan, and there's an example of a guy that got picked in the first round that I just, wow, did you not watch this guy? Like, do you not realize that he's not very smart out there? But big right-hand defenseman, there's always a few that I think teams overvalue. And I think that's where I try to be careful with it, because I've just seen it so often in the past, where every draft you don't have to rank 6 big right defensemen in the top 50 just because. I think they have to earn it, and sometimes I believe that they haven't, and I think they get overvalued. But that's my opinion.
Okay, Radim Mertka. So they had the Goo Goo Dolls, the band, announced the pick for Buffalo. Okay, and
yeah.
Radim Mertka is looking at these guys like, what planet are you from? One's got pink hair, the other one's just a little old with quite a lot of facial work. And Radim Mertka is just like, I guess you guys were popular once upon a time, not in the Czech Republic, but okay, thanks for picking me.
He has no idea who they are.
He has no idea.
Yeah.
He's like, the Goo, who?
So just looking at her. Yeah, go ahead.
He grew up with the Schmengi brothers or whatever on the accordion, and that'd be before your time. John Candy and Eugene Levy.
Oh.
Good group of guys right there.
What's that?
That's a good group of comedians right there.
Yeah. They had a polka band, the Schmengi brothers, and they played the accordion. Google it there, Pizza Man, when you get a chance. And
so Rocco, we've got the final rankings. We have the top 9. We don't have them in order, but we have the top 9. Now, where did you go here at 10, Grant?
Sorry.
So where did you go? Like, here we have Anaheim, I guess, here at 10.
Grant had Hagen's there, but the top guy in all 3 of us left is McQueen.
Is it McQueen? Because in our final rankings, we actually put Smith
ahead of McQueen. Yeah. Well, I let you get away with that one.
Well, I feel like there's some very pressing flaws with McQueen.
I don't know what happened to
Smith too, but
that list that I put is not there anymore. So I don't know. Like, I don't remember the predictions that I made.
For your prediction, here, I'll get you here.
You can scroll up, eh?
Yeah, you had Schaefer, Frondell, Misa, Martone, Denway, Martin, O'Brien, Merka, McQueen, Hagen. So the only guy. So theoretically, you have McQueen 9th. So McQueen would be the top guy. You haven't taken.
We all our top 10's gone for this.
Yeah. Well, I thought Flo would take a big guy, and I mean, after picking Kesselring, I didn't think that they'd take Mertka. They got Power too, and I should say Samuelson. A little bit of a surprise there for me, but Bo and Byron, did they ever trade him yet?
No, but
he's gone.
Yeah, he probably is. Yeah. Maybe that's where they go get another forward, I guess, or maybe a forward that they like better than Peterka. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. Although I think that they want to bring in the young guys. They've drafted a lot of, Rosine and Kulich will get a bigger role, and Osland, Hellenius. I think they want to, bring in a couple of the high picks that they made in the last few years and give them a spot.
Do we think that Byram, being it's not as big, pretty injury prone, do you think Byram could fetch a Peterka?
Maybe not a Peterka, but maybe it's a younger forward they might like a little bit better.
No, that's true. They could go after a forward. I think they'll probably try to get one with size. They could use a little, because of all the small guys that they've picked, like Benson too, right? All these guys are pretty small. But I think they're going to try to get a replacement for Peterka if they can. The pick is in, the Anaheim Ducks. Not sure where. What are you thinking?
They got, oh my God.
They brought
Declan?
the actual Duck.
They got Charlie Conway announcing.
I think they're drafting McQueen. I think that's
Me
where
too.
they're going here. But
maybe, eh?
yeah.
It's funny, when I did that prediction list, Eklund dropped a bit, but I love Eklund.
So do we. It's not really his fault that he's dropping. It's just just he's a winger and he's smaller. Like that's
right. No, it'll be interesting to see if they take Bear or Eklund. They've taken some pretty big forwards recently, like as you mentioned there, Rocco. So maybe it's one of those two guys. I like their defense, but Jackson Smith's a possibility too at 10.
Here we go. You ready? Well, the 10th overall selection, the Ducks select the Raj.
All right.
Steve McQueen.
They just love there's a team who loves size.
Well, there is the most obvious pick in the whole draft after number 1 or 2. There's McQueen to Anaheim. That had Anaheim written all over.
Because they needed the size?
No, because that's their MO.
Size.
That's their MO. They're addicted to it. Anaheim might be the only team that likes size more than me. So there we go. We all have our top 10 off the board, and all three of us have Jackson Smith mocked next to Pittsburgh. Boys, how do you feel about McQueen to Anaheim?
Is he going to play center for them, or is he a winger?
Well, they kind of have the luxury to decide, don't they?
We talked about that before. Maybe that's better for him. It's better for his development. He can actually play some wing.
Did we lose Grant again? I think we did. Boys, we're doing well so far.
What do we got in the comment sections here? Tell me how you really feel, Steven.
Not a fan of what Buffalo's doing here. I love the disdain.
I enjoy sports. That's it right there. Sports.
Well, boys, so far you and I are tied here. Although I've got the tiebreaker, I've got the most exact right. Grant's lagging behind.
Yeah,
we had better.
These are tough. I think it's tough for anyone to get everything exactly right.
Of course, we're just taking our best guess.
Yeah. We're not too far off, though, which is noteworthy.
I told you McQueen would be in the top 10. I can't believe I let you talk me into that.
No, our mock, we put him 10th.
I know, Darren, but fuck.
It's our ranking. The rankings are different than a mock.
I know that the difference, Darren. Welcome back, Grant.
So what are you bemoaning?
Giving
fact that you put
Darren a
him-
hard. Well, when we put our list, I said we're putting McQueen 10th because that's where he's
Okay.
going.
Well,
We're just
no. Did you
bickering.
rank it? Did you rank McQueen in the top 10?
Ranked him 11th.
We mocked
Okay.
him 10, but we ranked him 11.
I was surprised that you ranked him that high, given what we talked about during the season there, Rocco. But the size.
The upside's too much to. I get it. Like
That's why we put him. That's why we decided to put him 11 because of all the things we talked about. It was almost like a token bump out of the top 10 for us, where it's like, okay, we'll put him 11 just to kind of acknowledge. Same reason we put Bear 20th instead of probably where he a little bit higher where he probably should have been. Acknowledge the injury sort of thing. This thing's all about health. Do we think Verbeek loves big players or what?
Internet struggling. It's almost like yours, Rocco.
Hey, mine's good now.
Yeah.
Mine's been good. I upgraded my internet finally at the end of season 1. You know how much faster it is for me to watch videos now, dude? How many hours I wasted with bad internet trying to scout this year? I watched 2 videos in like half the time of what it normally takes me the other day. I was like, can't believe I waited all year for that.
For everyone that's watching us right now, my nightly routine is to take care of my newborn child, hold her, and throw random junior hockey games onto my TV and watch these guys. That's my life right now.
Guys, I don't know. I'm having some internet issues here. Sorry about that.
Grant is not sponsored by Bell 5 tonight.
No.
No.
He is sponsored by Kojiko Dial Up.
Not
I'm in
Videotron.
Yeah.
I'm in the dungeon. I'm in the dungeon here, and I don't know.
Well, you got to get yourself a bunker.
I've got a Wi-Fi extender, and it's plugged in, and usually it's fine. But
Steven, off the top ropes coming for Grant.
yeah,
All right. So next 2 picks.
hilarious.
What do we have here?
Well, Pittsburgh here. So now's where it gets interesting. I think the top 10 guys, like we did predict. But now I think it's kind of wide open for the next 14 picks or so.
So they have 2 picks here. You went Smith and Lakovic. I went Smith and Eklund, and Grant went Smith and Bear.
So we all think Smith.
We also get Smith and then one of the forwards. So
Yeah, they could use some defense help.
All I'm going to say is I'm doing real well on my props so far.
Yeah.
what'd you have?
Frondell 3, Daneway 4. I had McQueen after pick 8. I had McQueen after pick 6. Did that one twice.
I think Hagen's line was like 6.5. If I remember.
I know I couldn't
Yeah.
bring myself to pick on that one. I'm like, I almost went over, but I'm like, I just
Vegas knew.
I'll tell you what, I picked all the ones that lined up with both my mock and my rankings. And if something lined up both, I put it.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'll probably lose money anyways because I'm half brain dead, but that's okay. Learning lesson, life lesson.
Yeah.
Although what we really need, Grant, is Zorowski in the first. That'd be a big one for us.
Pushing for that. Really liked him.
I ranked him 24.
Yeah.
Dude, this morning he was 6-1 to go in the first round, and then an hour ago he was less than 1-1. I got him at 6-1. Pretty happy about that.
Well, that's gibberish to me. What's that mean? That he's not going to go in the first
The
round
odds
now?
the odds were telling us that he was going to get picked in the first round. Like as the day went on, it got more likely he'd be picked in the first round per those odds. So,
Oh, there's a Penguins draft room.
there must be some inkling that he might go in the first anyway.
What about Prokhorov?
Did you hear about that one, Rocco?
Did I hear about it?
Like, what did the odds say for?
No, or is he?
Oh,
Do they think that Proki's
yeah,
going in
he's
the first?
projected first, yeah, but he always was. Zorowski was at first projected not to, and then they changed it. Oh, the pick is in. The first pick. Batman's walking up here just now. See who?
Prokhorov was always in the first, but I'm the only one that put him in the first.
Well, according to the betting odds.
No, I know. That's weird. I guess the betting odds, what they followed, they must.
You might impact the voting odds. It's very possible.
They only came out this week.
I don't know any other any independent lists that had him first round.
No, there wasn't.
Not that I look at all the independent lists, but I just the popular ones, the Puck Bunker and
well,
Bob
to be fair, we
McKenzie.
had him in the 30s. We didn't have him way down at 60s. So.
Yeah, no. I thought I'd throw that in there.
Chris Letang's kid.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Jackson Smith.
Ben Kindle.
Yeah. Okay.
There it is. Now the draft changes.
Some guys had Kindle as a top 10. That doesn't shock me.
Interesting.
Don't be shocked by that at all.
Wow, there's our first big whiff, Boyce.
Yeah. Well, hey, Kindle, frig. Hey, he's got top 6 upside, no doubt. He could be a second line center. So,
well, there it is.
If you think he can be a second line center, right? Pick him. 11's not a shock.
Oh,
I mean, we're looking at guys like Bear now and Eklund, and they're not going to be second line centers, right?
Yeah.
So
but it's the center value.
It is. That's what it is. That doesn't shock me.
Where did you have him ranked yourself?
19, but I'd heard guys. I know a scout that has him 8 or 9. NHL scout, so that's not especially this draft, nothing's going to shock me.
Well, especially where we are now, like kind of in the draft, I feel like there's kind of everyone's kind of, there's some flaws here. It's what you're comfortable with, what you kind of, he's a bit smaller, but I mean, he sees the ice really well. I'll say that. Like he's a really good offensive player.
Yeah. He's got a great shot too. Like he's going to score goals. So the offense is, I think he was second in the CHL in points, 99.
He had a lot. Yeah, he had a lot of points.
I mean, O'Brien and all these guys, 98 points, like right in the same territory as far as points goes. And it's not like he played on an offensive powerhouse either. Calgary, he was generating a lot of the offense there.
I love the highlights they're posting. It's just him setting up Yakimchuk for one-timers.
Oh, there you go. Ottawa's probably saying, damn, wanted to get that guy.
They probably did.
They could have used, probably an option for them there for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Cole Rushy might be a nice little consolation prize.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But I have a feeling if friggin' Kindle went, Reshny might be next.
All these centers might go here.
Well, they're probably not going to take 2, maybe, but
they need everything. So
yeah, I think I'd be surprised if they don't take a defenseman with the next one. But
your buddy Grant, your buddy Snake.
Yeah, there you go.
Had Kindle 10th.
Yeah.
Wow, and Grant, you just took the lead in our little draft thing now with that. And me and Boyce had Kindle way lower.
Yeah.
So there
Where
you go.
Do you have him?
We both had him in the mid-20s.
Well, I didn't have him that high. 18 or 19 to Calgary.
We have him in the 20s, so.
Yeah, but I mean that's 10 spots of variance. That's enough to. I mean, we were all the way through, right?
All right, if that's how you're doing it, yeah, that's fair.
Until someone gets picked that we don't have.
Which might happen.
Well, we all have a few guys different, so that's good.
Yeah.
But as of right now, we've all obviously pegged all these guys as
I'm just interested to see if a goalie actually goes in the first round. Like that actually intrigues me a little bit because we talked about this before. Like I don't really see a first round goalie value guy. I feel like a team's still going to take one. Like I feel like they might just.
I feel like I'm watching the Sportsnet panel with what's his face on it there. It always just talks about goalies, eh? The goalies. Got to talk about Rudy.
Love the goalies.
Rudy's got to every time he's all he talks about is, well, the goalie Skinner did this or Bobrovsky did that or no, I'm just
Skinner. Poor Skinner.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Trade.
We have a trade.
Let's see.
Pittsburgh doesn't want a defenseman.
All right. Pittsburgh 10. Pick 12
It's about friggin' time.
to Philly.
For 22.
22. 31.
Who does Philly take now?
Well, it's Smith or Eklund, I guess.
Eklund. I think they like Eklund.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice. Oh,
It's a nice draft for them if they get either one of those guys. That's a
I
good
wouldn't
draft
be
for them.
surprised if it's Eklund.
Yeah.
He's just a go like the motor, eh? Or Bear.
That's worth
Might
it
be
for
Bear.
Pittsburgh. Yeah. That's worth it for Pittsburgh, though. Get some extra value there.
I think
Wow.
Bear or Eklund, but it's hard to say.
I love it.
I think it would be Eklund.
And it
We want
might be
to-
Smith. They might take the defenseman too. Right? They need help both.
Yeah, they need help. There you go.
And center,
Well, they could take a center. They didn't take a centerman. So.
right? But I don't see a center.
Well, it'd be if they liked Rashny a lot or something like that. But
No, they're not taking Reshny
yeah,
there. They're not.
I think it would just be Eklund or Smith. That something like that. Bear's an option.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. We're on commercial break now.
I just got a text from an NHL scout. Who's Philly taking? They moved up to 12. How the heck do I know?
Well, they're watching. Tell them tune in. Send them a link to the live stream. We're talking all about it. Get that live in their war room.
Yeah.
Don't mind.
I think it's Eklund or Bear, but it might be Smith. Aitchison's not out of the question either. He'd be a Philly type player, eh? The tough, gritty defenseman, you know.
You do
They
like
might-
that.
They might go for that. That's a possibility too. I think it's one of those four, but
They
Get
really
them
gonna
going.
take two, would they really take two wingers though? Like their first pick's Martone and the second guy's a winger too. Like
yeah, I know. That's why I wonder if it might be a defenseman. And either Smith or Aitchison. You know? Who?
Oh, I wonder. Huh.
this is so awkward seeing their war room just like staring at a camera.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Like it's so much fun. Like when you're at the draft to like look at the draft floor and see which teams are like talking to each other.
Yeah, I know. That's the other thing that we're missing. The dynamic, right?
Pick us
So
in.
do they get more time now when they make a trade like that?
The
They
picks
got
in now.
they started the clock again.
Like, do
yeah.
they restart the clock at
I think they
the
got another,
start?
They got another 3 minutes or something.
The picks in.
Right. So they didn't take the full time, I don't think.
Did they just like? Is this guy literally just? Did they tell him to go outside? Like he's just outside. And they told him to make the pick.
Who's making the pick? Sylvester Stallone or
I don't even know who this guy is.
this is not Rocky?
No, It literally looks like they gave a guy his phone. He's just outside making the pick.
Random Graham, whoever.
Yeah.
Here we go. Jack Nesbitt. Jack Nesbitt.
So it's the centers.
Wow.
So the draft is off the rails.
Although, Darren, we did mock Nesbitt to Philly.
Yeah, where did we do it?
At 22.
Did we? Okay.
Yes, we said Jack Nesbitt has Philly written all over him.
Well, look, big man potential there. I question his skating a little bit.
This was 4 minutes ago, so I'll give a shout out there.
Well, Stephen Cardinal likes that pick better than the Buffalo pick.
He nailed it.
Or sorry, the Anaheim pick, I guess. Well, Grant, what do you think?
Doesn't like it.
No, he's not. No, done.
Oh, I don't mind Nesbitt, but wow. You're hoping on a lot of. He was not very good at the under 18s. Did not earn a top 6 role, and I don't know.
Just anytime I saw him, Grant, live, like he looked like a step behind the play. Like that was just the issue I had with him. But he has better hands than I think, at least I thought originally. He's good around the net. He's responsible, but like if you think Martone's they went with Nesbitt and Martone, by the way.
Well, yeah. Massive. They just drafted 2/3 of the
lost you both.
line. Do they think Nesbitt can be a second line center?
Boy. Yeah, they have Nesbitt and Martone.
The scout, you are wrong. Yeah, okay, I know. It wasn't Eklander Bear. Yeah.
Hey, Rocco. Yeah. Hey, Rocco, they went Martone and Nesbitt.
Yeah, they're huge. I love that. That's what I just said. They just drafted 2/3 of a second line.
Well, as I've been preaching, you want the mix in the top 6, right? They were lacking some size, and Nesbitt, and if they think Nesbitt and obviously Martone, they think can play in the top 6. If they think that's your 2-year pieces for the top 6, right? You got Lachenko, Michkov, Zegras, who isn't small but plays kind of small, and Konechny, who's 5'10". I guess they thought, okay, let's get 2 pieces that we think can round out that top 6 that has some size. So I get the thinking. And obviously they didn't think that Nesbitt would drop to 22. I think they might have been wrong on that, but that's the guy they wanted. They targeted it. They had the extra picks. When you have 3 picks in the first round, you can target guys, and that's what they did. So
you can go get the guys that you want.
Well, exactly. I'm not gonna, I've thought picks were wrong in the past before and said, and then 5 years later the guy's a star. So, you can be as emphatic as you want, but I mean, we saw him play in Ottawa there, and he played a decent game. He's a smart player. I think he's an all-around. I think he's got good all-around skills. Like he can play a 200-foot game. He can finish checks. There's a lot of pieces to like there, and he was voted as one of the most improved players in the OHL this year, like in the coaches poll. There was a big improvement, and teams like to see that, right? Hey, maybe next year if he makes that same leap. And also, there was, talk that, hey, he should have been given a bigger role, and he'll get that next year in Windsor and be in the top 6, be in the top 3 a lot, and score 80-plus points while playing an all-around game. So if he keeps developing at that trajectory, hey, they think that he can become a second-line big second line center, that's a pretty nice piece. I don't know. I really don't see him being a first line center. And I don't know. I guess they think Luchenko can be a first line center down the road, but I would say they've got 2 middle line centers now. They still need that. I still think they need that first line center in the future.
Like I agree. Yeah, like I saw him live a few times this year, and again, he never played badly. It was just he didn't really stand out per se. He just played the solid game. And
right. So, yeah, you'd have in the other division, you'd have got to see him more often than we did.
But that team's full of big forwards too. Like they should have went farther in the playoffs, but they all got hurt at the end of the year. But nonetheless, I don't know. We picked them to Philly, just the wrong pick, I guess.
We had their intentions.
Yeah. Like they do need a center. Like that makes sense. So there's definitely growth potential in the player too. I mean, he's not fully filled out either. So
now what's Detroit do?
Jackson Smith?
Or Aitchison. Yeah, I think. I had them taking Aitchison, but I don't seem to be guessing very many of them right there now.
We might be all over the place. Well, we have them in the first round, so we have guys in the first round, so that's good.
Oh, it's only 2 picks we got.
It's funny. I almost didn't have Nesbitt. I know scouts would think he's a second rounder. I almost had him in the second round, and I said, you know what? He's going in the first. I know I have him too low, but I'll put him back. I'll put him at the end of the first, and frig, he goes. And the team trades up even for him.
It wasn't unreasonable. It wasn't unreasonable to think that, though. Like there is some glaring things that need to be looked at with him, but it's a big centerman, man. Like that's it. Big centers. They're also valuable. So there you go.
I will say Columbus at 14. If Smith's there, he's not getting past Columbus at 14. They're probably hoping, I would think, that he slips one more. And they wouldn't mind Aitchison either. I think it's Aitchison and Smith now that go, but Detroit could use another defenseman in the top 4, going forward. They've got Edmondson, Sider, and
here we go,
Sandy Pelican. And they get one more, and that's a nice future top 4.
The guy from Full House making the pick.
Okay.
Dave Coulier.
Oh, you got a full story.
Guys, I have to go.
There we go. Let him announce his pick and sign offs.
He's coming back, by the way.
Yeah.
Number 13. We are picking. Detroit selects Carter Bear.
I do like that pick.
Nice.
So we got that one right.
Yeah.
Good. No, I can't argue with Carter Bear. Hey, geez. If it wasn't for that Achilles,
this is where he should have been picked if he wasn't hurt anyway.
Eklund, we were right, Eklund's dropping a bit.
Yeah.
There's some nice picks, and wow.
We might get a guy dropping to us, Rocco.
Yeah.
Just
okay, guys. I'll see you in the half.
Yeah, right on. Is Rick coming on?
Yep.
Awesome.
Okay.
Right on.
Shortly. All right. So Jackson Smith to Columbus. Is that what we're going for here?
Grant had Bear at 12. Boyce, you got that one, right? You nailed that. Here. And I was a little bit off. I had him at 16. So I was off by 3. We're all tight here with these with this little mock exercise. Bear is out now. I feel about not having picks anymore. Benny wanted a good dose of Carter Bear. Should we go on Jackson Smith? Was that what the plan is here? See, I had Logan Hensler to them, but I thought Smith would be gone by now.
So I'm gonna say this with Columbus. Remember we did this exercise before, and they might think one of those right-hand D end up staying at 20.
Yeah, maybe. We got a guest here. It's going to come on and chat with us a little bit while Grant is away. So please welcome Rick Springhetti, good friend of the show. Rick, how you doing?
Rick.
Very well. How are you guys? Thank you
Good.
so
Thanks
much
for
for having
joining
me on. It's very much appreciated.
Hey, it's great. It's great having you. It's always nice to see your face. How do you like the draft so far?
Well, I hope they never do this again. This ridiculous, this ridiculous idea they had of having it centralized. I never want this to happen again. In terms of picks, I mean, Kendall and Jack Nesbitt going so high, I think for everybody was definitely the shocker in my opinion. Besides that, I think it was pretty much as expected. I was a little bit surprised too seeing James Egan's picked by Boston. He never seemed to me like a Boston guy for some reason. I don't know why. But it was not a bad pick per se, although I don't think he's going to be a center in the NHL. I think it'll be a winger. But it was interesting to see that there was not as many trades also as we were talking. That's all we heard from so many experts, that it's going to be crazy and, hold on to your hats. And so far it's been just one swap of picks. That's about it. So that's just my my general 2 cents at this point of the draft. No real big surprises except a few that caught me a little bit off guard.
How do you like you're a Montreal guy. How do you like that Dobson pickup?
Oh man, that was exciting. Let me tell you, I really was happy about that. I said this morning on Blue Sky. I said the two things I didn't want is I didn't want Ryan Backer to be included in any trades for a player as good as they got, but I also said I just didn't want Noah Dobson to be paid. I wanted him a little bit under $10 million because I figure Lane Hudson is going to be getting a long-term deal soon, and I think he's gonna want more than Dobson just because I think his upside is a little bit higher, just because of what he can do. Really, there's very few defensemen that do what he does, and they pulled it off. They got him without giving up Reinbacker, the 2 first-round picks. So the 2 first-round pick depends on how you look at it. Rick Springhetti, the guy who loves prospects, watches every draft, is a Montreal fan, was super upset about this draft because we lost. They gave away their 2 first-round picks. I wanted to see them go on and see what they were going to get. But as a hockey fan, I think it was a great trade for Montreal because in their top 4 set up for a long time now. I mean, Hudson, Goulet, Reinbacker, Noah Dobson. I think it's going to be a mobile defenseman squad, and it's also one that will be good for a long time. I mean, none of them are coming into their prime, besides maybe Dobson. I think everybody else is quite a few years away. So they pulled it off. I think they did great, but overall, we all know that for Montreal, getting that second C is going to be important. And I think, like it or not, Montreal's best hope for a good second line center is going to be Kirby Dach.
Well, which version of him?
I don't know. I mean, there was, we saw the press conference, right? Gordon and Hughes were saying that he probably was not in great shape at the start of last season. They kind of alluded to it. They sounded like they were a little bit disappointed in his offseason. And I don't know if you heard him this morning. He said that he was actually looking great and he was early and he was working hard, and they seemed to be happy with that. If he has a big offseason off ice, does what he has to do, there's no doubt his talent is there. If he could improve that face-off percentage, which is god awful, he could be a good second-line center. He won't drive that line. I don't think he will. But I think he could be a good second-line center for Montreal. But he's got to get in shape. That knee has to be back to normal. He's got to be healthy. And besides that, he's got to excel a little better at the face-off circle, which, again, is really, really bad. I think it was at 42% or something like that.
Yeah, right, Rocco?
Yeah, so I'm just
Sorry, I thought I
talking.
was the one who lost sound.
That's why I muted it, boy, so you could talk.
I was just going to ask, Montreal still has a couple picks here in the second round. Do you think there's any chance they might move up? Is there maybe a target later in the first round that you'd be interested in yourself, or are they just going to use
Wow.
the pick in the second round?
The way it's going, I think they're going to probably figure that one out like at pick 24, 25 and see what's left. If guys are picked earlier than Montreal expects it, they might just think, you know what, we'll just keep those picks and try to get two players we really like. If they've identified, Grant's been high on Daniel Prokhorov, and I think he'd be a nice fit for the Montreal, system. There's a possibility. Our team's scared still of picking Russians. I hope not, because I think it's been shown enough now that the guys are going to come over. I mean, they're not staying in Russia anymore. It's not a big fear. So I think that's going to be it, but I think we're going to find out at 24, 25. In my personal ranking, from 15 to 45, 50, I don't think the difference is huge. So I don't think I'd go out of my way to trade a few picks to move up, to be honest with you. I think I'd stay pat, personally. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that's what I would do.
Or they're bringing out Johnny Gaudreau's wife to do the pick for Columbus. That's a nice touch. Well, I'm sure she's going to talk for a minute there.
Well, the reason I asked that is because a team like us, the Ottawa Senators that we like, could certainly use some extra assets. And I don't know if the picks in the 40s would work, but you do have some interesting prospects that we could maybe be interested in too, like a Logan Mailloux. I don't know if that would be something you'd look at 21 or not, but that was kind of an idea I flew at Grant today, because we do need a right-hand defenseman quite badly, actually, in the system. So.
Yeah, I think there might be a player. If there's a player that falls to 21, I think. I'm not. There's a weird thing in Montreal where people seem to be either they love Mailloux and see him as a top 4, star of the star. There's some people that just flat out don't like him at all as a prospect. I think he's more of a long-term project. He hasn't played much in his development time due to COVID and the other issues that we're aware of. So I'm not willing to give up on Mailloux, but to be honest, 21st overall, man, if I look at what's available, I think I'd seriously consider it.
You have some interest, eh?
I gotta be honest. I think that's a really intriguing option.
We've got Jackson Smith to Columbus.
All right, well, that makes sense.
I think that it's a pick. I mean, I understand why they got him there. He's got all the tools in the world. I think that there was some criticism where he tends to skate himself into a lot of difficulty at times, and I see it, but I don't know if his teammates were very good at being open often. I was watching some of the games. I was like, is anybody going to be a passing option to this guy sometimes? Like they weren't great that part of the game. But I think that, like everybody else, Columbus wants to get bigger and tougher, and they do have some size, but I think they need some depth at D. I don't know if I didn't love a lot of their picks. Defense in the last few years. I was never a big Svozo guy, and I don't know if they have much in their system at D that really counts. So that's not a bad pick for them. I think he could be the best player available. I don't know what you guys think of him.
I saw the similar issues that you did, that he would kind of skate himself into just awkward areas, is I think what we said. But the upside with him is just, he's 6'4". He can move the puck. He skates really well. He's a great rush defender. He is physical. I think he just gets running around at his own end a little too often. But I mean, if you can harness him, there's definitely at least a top end guy here, someone who can play in your top 4.
Right.
Rocco you were higher on him before I was.
I always kind of had him in this 10 to 15 range all year. I never really wavered on that, because of the physical tools are too strong that I'm willing to live with the warts. But there's enough warts there that it kept him out of the top 10. I never should have let you win that fucking argument, Darren, ranking him 10th. I can see
some good rankings.
Rocco, rankings are what we think they're going to be, not the
I realized after the fact, I come out of a conversation with Boyce, I'm like, he just fucking tricked me into like 3 things. But yeah, no, the tools are unbelievable. The skating's phenomenal. His shot's really underrated. Puck game's great. Really good rush defender. Question marks about the decision making. But you pick your poison here. You're gonna get a guy that's this big with this kind of physical tools at pick 14. It's gonna come with some drawbacks. So
Right.
Work with him and put him in the situation to succeed and get the most out of his tools. I mean, he's gonna play in the league. He's got undeniable talent. So
Yeah. Like, what's the famous expression, right? I'd rather control a stallion than getting a donkey to move, right?
well,
That's kind of the take with Jackson Smith, right? You know, we talk about, like, just to go back to the draft earlier, and I should have thought of this earlier, but man, did Buffalo, in my opinion, reached for. I was not a big fan of Murtaugh. I think a lot of what he does well because he's playing against junior kids. I don't think his lateral mobility is that great. I don't think he accelerates very quickly. You know, he's big, but I have my doubts. I had him at 2021, I think, in my personal rankings. And that, to be honest, I go, man, I think the fact that he's a right D and big, I kind of maybe put him a little bit higher than I could have. And I regretted that a little bit. I go, maybe should have been more 24, 25. I had my doubts. Really had my doubts, to be honest with you. I don't know.
We've
I don't know
already
about that
had
one.
the right-hand D conversation with Grant here.
Grant gets
Got a little heated. I'll admit that one thing you do have to know about me when I'm talking about my rankings is I'm a goalie myself, so I definitely have a bias for the bigger defensemen at times.
Okay.
I'll be very clear about that. I mean,
right.
I agree that at some points his pivoting and that is a little bit iffy. Like he's not going to give you anything offensively.
No.
I think. I mean, look, he's younger. He's 17. I mean, he takes up half the ice literally just with the stick. So like he's going to play. It's whether do you think he's a top pair defenseman? I don't know about that, and that's probably the issue. Probably have it around taking a pick at 9 there. But Rocco's been higher on Murtaugh than I have been all year, so maybe I'll let Rocco make his case here.
Well, boys, I'm pretty sure I texted you in August. I watched first period of the Czech game. I said, Darren, I found a top 10 pick, and you said, "LOL, it's August. Who?" And I said, Murtaugh on the Czechs, and you know, again, it's a guy I've had between the highest I've had him as 6th and the lowest I've had him as 10th, and
really, eh?
Yeah, in my opinion, never wavered on him at all, and I don't think you're getting a ton of offense from him at the NHL level, and I also don't think you really care. Look, I don't want to bring up his name again. Apparently, it's bad to say, but Kesselring just got JJ Peterka in a trade, so like these guys have value, right? And
very good point. Very good point.
Peterka at 17, at his size, the skating I think can get better in time. I've never seen a 17-year-old that big who didn't improve their skating the next year. Bigger guys take a while with the skating, so I'm less worried about it because I do think relative to his size, the skating is very good, and what he does well, you can't teach, and the flaws that he has, you can work with, and that's why you'll see, and Grant called it out very clearly. My rankings will always have bigger defensemen that I deem as worthy enough skating. Higher than you'll typically see them on most lists, but that's because the guys that hit at that with that build and those attributes, they don't get traded, and if they do get traded, it's for way more than they're worth, quote unquote, which I don't even know, because they always get traded for the same thing. So is it actually more than they're worth, or is that just what they're worth? So if I can get a big massive fucker that's going to go push people through the boards and he can skate fine and he doesn't handle the puck like he's never seen it before, like just give it to the other skilled defenseman on your pair and just go swish people, and I'm fine with that. And that guy will play 600, 700 games in the league.
So
it's a concept.
Just to go off topic, who are we thinking Vancouver's taking here? I said Reshny, so
I don't know anymore. I'm obviously going to be wrong. So they're probably taking. Well, they're going to stay in their own backyard. Lakovic or Reshny.
I think they're taking a center, but.
So
what about you, Rick? What do you think?
Taking just sitting there.
Coots?
Yeah, okay. I think it's I think unless they go with Eklund and finally get him off the board there.
Yeah. Oh, who do they got making this? God, this is just such a bad format.
Oh,
Awful. Well, but the owner
There
saved
is-
50 grand, Darren. So
there is so much regrets in the NHL offices right now.
Michael Samuelson is making the pick for Vancouver. So there's a name from the past.
great. Everyone give your shout out to your fans. We need to get Tim Murray to start doing the draft again.
Just go out there and say the name.
Buffalo selects Jack Eichel. You ready? With the 15th pick, Vancouver selects
Hey,
Hoots.
Was
Hoots
it
it
good?
is.
Nice. Yeah.
There you go.
I liked him. I had him ranked high. I had him, I believe, 12 or 13, if I'm not mistaken. I had him in that general area.
Well, Darren,
I like them.
we're idiots.
Huh? Not idiots.
We're idiots. We had Kindle, Coots, and Reshny fucking backwards.
So what? They're all good players.
I know. I'm just giving us a hard time.
I like this player. Like, he's a captain everywhere he's been. He's reliable. He did not have much to play with in Seattle. He showed up. He could do a lot of things, and people will say size, and I get it. He's not big, but a lot of guys that were drafted, Sam Bennett was not drafted, was not very big when he was drafted at all, and I'm not saying he's going to become that, but I think on, I think a guy like him with his intelligence, his willingness to work hard, and his skill is going to be a player in this league. I don't think he's going to be a first line
He's
center.
definitely
Obviously not. But
yeah, he was definitely going to play. Like he was.
Yeah.
He was. I think at minimum a third line center, and he could move up the lineup, right? Like he plays a very, I want to say what translatable game, I guess is kind of the right word. Like he works hard. He does a lot of things well. It's just, as you said, is he going to be a first line center? I don't know, but drafting at 15th here now, you're looking for something else. I mean, they need a centerman like that. This fits the need for them. It's a good pick for them.
And I think, he could play a variety of roles, right? If you need a little bit of offense, secondary offense, maybe he could do that. If you need him to play more of a defensive role, he could do that.
Yeah.
He could give you good minutes that are not going to hurt you. So there's value to that. And I think for this draft, it makes sense. I'd like to see him play on with better players, but when he does play with better players, he keeps up. Like he won't, he's defensively aware, but he won't kill your offense either. Like he could keep up and make plays too. So I think that's a good pick for Vancouver.
He was excellent.
They need a lot of stuff on that team. I'm not sure. I don't understand what their game plan is right now. It's a bit all over the place in my
general.
opinion. I don't know. No, they get rid of guys that want to be there. They keep guys, and then they want to get rid of. But then they'll sign them after all. After they put them on the trade block, like they did with Garland. So I'm not sure what their plan is. So maybe he's going to come into a hard situation. But I think it's a good pick. Nothing wrong with that for Vancouver. That's what I thought.
So that I did think it would be a center option for them. So I mean, Reshny and Coots are.
So
those are the guys there. Yeah. So
that pick there, very ho hum. He's going to play. Very neutral selection. Huh?
I'm going to have something different, but I get where you're coming from.
It's okay. I had Alexander Keese ready to go for when Desnoyers was picked. Boyce with the Coke Zero. Gotta love it.
Always.
Coots is a good pick, man. He was great at the U18s.
Right.
He's a
So
solid
why do you think he went and Kindle went and had a Reshny? What's the deal with Reshny that people are falling a little more sour on?
Good question.
Actually,
maybe because he's a center. I think that's what worries. No, Kindle could play more. Has played more on the wing, quite a bit. So I think they feel more comfortable having him on the wing. And I think he just a little touch of speed, a little faster, a little better shot. And at his size, that little difference makes a big difference. Like his shot is really good. I mean, a lot of people have said it. He kind of looks like Suzuki out there. Like he totally looks like Nick Suzuki. The way he handles the puck, his patience, his wrist shot that is very underrated. I think that's why. I think Reshny, they just see him like they're stuck with seeing him as a center. And, obviously when you're a center, you could be moved to the wing without a problem. I don't know why they're so worried about it. Like who cares? So yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed that Reshny's not up there, but I'm also, I did like Eklund. Like I thought he should have been pick by now too. He's a very good player. I'm not sure why nobody's picking him yet.
Islanders are what? Are they going to go Eklund Hensler here, Darren?
Well, if they get Eklund here, like that makes that trade look a bit better. Like I feel like they need to take him here with one of their picks. So, and then I don't know what they would go like. Eklund would be one of them, and then I don't know what they would go with the other side. Hensler, like they wanted a right-hand D. They just got rid. Like again, Dobson's on Montreal now. Like they could utilize a right-hand D.
Right.
So,
did they go with a little bit of swagger and get Aitchison too? They have like nobody who's really brings that sort of a bite on that organization. I think it's it reminds me of Buffalo. They're a very polite, respectful team that that come to your house and don't cause too much trouble, right?
Vancouver's.
What did you guys think of Jack Nesbitt going so high?
I mean, we
didn't pick him to Philly, but we thought
he to Philly with the second pick though. But I mean, he's a fit for them. It's just a little high for me. I mean, I watched him a decent amount. Just I'm in the London area, so I mean I could watch him a bit more down here in the OHL. I mean, he's never. Every time I've seen him, he's played a solid game. It just never really stands out to you, right? Like he's solid. I think skating troubles me a little bit, but the rest of his game is pretty solid.
What's going on?
What's the hat? Like, why is Lou Dort out here? Oh, they're announcing that Islanders
trade. They're not going to announce the trade that everybody knows happened 5, 7, 8, 10
They
hours
probably
ago.
are. They say it's Montreal's pick. Yeah.
What a mess. I took a lot of grief for putting Nesbitt in my top 15, to be honest with you. I got a lot of pushback from people. It was crazy.
You see, like it's a 6'4", 6'5" centerman. Like that can.
Well, that's the thing, and he's only 182 when he started the season. So I figured, my gosh, if this guy fills out, I got reason to think he'll be a much better skater if he fills out. I mean, his form, not a skating expert, but his form was not that bad. It was maybe a tad short because he's so tall, but I felt like if he grows into that frame, if he gains 20, 25 pounds of muscle, which he could be a really heck of a player because he likes to play on the inside. He likes to play where the game is hard. So you're not pushing the guy to go there. He's got to go
in dirty areas. Right? He plays in all situations. Like it's right. It's a good guy there. We had him top 25. Like
like that last time I saw him and I messaged him, I'm like, he's got a lot better since the first time I watched him.
He did get better.
Right.
He did. Yeah.
Right.
I found the biggest thing at the beginning of the year to the end of the year was his coordination was so much better. His coordination and his balance were so much better. He looked so much less awkward and gangly. Like he looked like a flamingo on skates at the beginning of the year, and by the end of the year, like you really saw the hands and the come together.
He has classic big guy hands.
Yeah,
like he doesn't really look like he's moved. Like he doesn't really look like he's dangling guys, but he kind of is just because he's so long. Like it works because he's got so much reach on guys.
Right.
And we agree with you. That whole trade, we had fake trade fiasco. Like we knew about that trade hours ago. Ben's embarrassed for the NHL. So are we.
Yeah. The one lesson I did learn with Rocco when I met him this year was in Ottawa 67s were not a fun team to watch this year. Remember that game, Rocco? Saginaw versus Ottawa where we met? I think we were all staring up at the wall, staring up at the sky, thinking this is awful.
I was for that game.
Ottawa just got pumped up and down the ice all year long. It was hard to watch.
I think London went in there and beat them like 10-1.
10-1.
Yes.
Was it 10-0?
And we were hoping to catch Tristan Epperson, I think, that day, and he wasn't even dressed because I think he had been injured, right? If I'm not mistaken, Rocco. We were hoping to catch him. He wasn't dressed, and Ottawa is the only team I could think about that managed to play the neutral zone trap and still get scored 10 goals on. It's like a boring way to lose 10. It's 5-6 nothing. It's god awful.
I'm not a big Dave Cameron guy, but
no,
anyway.
They were brutal this year, man. Oh my god, it was so hard to scout too because every time you go watch a kid, he looks like a fucking star playing the 67.
Well, yeah.
Like you want to get your draft stock up, just go play a game against the 67s because they stink.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was like was standing at the game. I can't believe I bought a ticket for this. I drove from Montreal. I paid for parking on top of it. There's a lot of money to be poured for the next 4 hours.
How do you miss the playoffs in the OHL? Like, that's hard to do.
Okay.
It's hard to do there. 2 teams miss.
I'll
Look,
tell you guys though, my favorite scouting story was having driven in a snowstorm to get to Gatineau a few years ago to watch a game. First period was the game was about to start, and somehow the Zamboni driver was waving at the crowd as he was driving. Never noticed that they didn't roll up the red carpet yet. Went through it. Zamboni breaks down. So they paid the first period, but then we had to wait an hour and 45 minutes for the second period to start because he had to bring a Zamboni from another arena to the game.
Oh
I
my
was like,
God.
I came from Montreal, guys, for this. It's like really not cool.
I love these stories of these old rinks. That
Yes.
excites me. I got a good one after this pick
Who's this
here.
guy?
Okay.
Who is that?
It's the guy from Entourage.
Oh, yeah.
How
Oh,
did
yeah,
I know
yeah,
that?
yeah.
That's bad. Okay, so we think they're taking Eklund. Like I think they're taking Eklund, and I'll guess Hensler, I guess.
I'll go for Lankovic on this one.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, wait, it's New York Islanders. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're right. I was thinking Calgary for some reason. That was the old pick. Oh, man. Eklund.
Yep, Eklund.
All right. Well, we got that one.
About time.
So, how do you feel about that trade now that they got Eklund? Does that change anything for you?
No.
Right?
That's just a good trade. Listen, they got him signed to a decent contract. He's going to be on the team for a very long time. He's not even hitting his peak. He's going to grow with this defense core that is all signed. Like, not all signed, I should say, but Montreal owns at least their rights for many years. I mean, Goulet's just starting his 4 or 5 year deal he signed for less than 5 million or less than 6 million, I think. Like what a
really
fantastic deal, man.
That's gonna look really good. Yeah.
That's a great deal. Like Caulfield is making 7 million, I think, or something. I mean, Montreal have a lot of guys signed for a long time at really, really low amount. So they could get a team that, if Demidov becomes the star we think he's going to be, that'll be a superstar. Hudson will be like, electrifying player, but they'll have a lot of depth because they don't have a albatross of a contract, and the ones that are not great are going to finish within the next 2 years. Brendan Gallagher's contract and stuff like that. So Montreal's in a good position so far, but we cross our fingers and hope it continues on.
16th overall. Shit, that's low. I had him. I mocked him 15th actually.
Really?
Yeah, but you hear the rumors that he's going to drop. It wasn't my rankings. My rankings, I had him.
It was just he's dropping just literally because he's a small winger. Like,
Boyce, you mocked him 12. Grant mocked him 13. I mocked him 15. So
now, by the way, as a Sens fan, I'm very upset that Montreal looks quite good here moving forward. Like,
yeah, they don't look bad at all.
I actually like a lot of the stuff they're doing, so that's upsetting. You think your expectations are, top 3 in the division next year? Is that kind of what you're thinking, or?
No, I think it's still going to be a team that's going to get into playoffs, but it's going to be a little bit tight. It takes time for young players to really become everything they need to be a dominant team. You need to get that experience and need to grow into. And there's still too many young players that have really important roles on the team. It's going to be a challenge for them. I mean, Slavkovsky's still very, very young, and Demidov is going to start. Hudson is only going to be in his second year at defense, which is a very hard position to play, especially when you're holding on to the puck and making plays as much as he is. So there's going to be some growing pains, and this is the dangerous part for a rebuild: is when you've accumulated all this great young talent, and now you get excited, thinking, "Okay, let's finally be rewarded for years of mediocrity." And maybe some fans don't understand that there's a few years where you're going to have to let these young players grow and make mistakes and have things happen. You can't rush the rebuild at this point, but this is the danger zone of every rebuild. And I think we've seen some organizations think that they're there and they just start signing or trading for these veterans, and it's not the time yet. I think Detroit was on their way from being really good. They had drafted they spent a few years drafting well, accumulated young talents, but they went to sign up too many veterans for long deals. Chariot, Kopp, other guys like that, just taking up too much space and not letting the young players play, and it's hurting them now, and they're still stuck in this no man's land where they're not good enough to
Backhand
compete.
chirp of the Sens right there.
Well, stuck in no man's land.
No, because we traded our picks for a bunch of veterans when we weren't ready.
Well, that's Pierre, dude. That's
I
Pierre.
know.
Dorion.
He's right though. Like that happened to us.
He's statistically
Yeah.
one of the worst GMs ever. In hockey.
Okay, let's not go on the rant about that.
Yeah.
I'm scared, Darren.
All the whole point though is like Montreal has all these assets that they can trade for Noah Dobson right now, right?
Right.
We have nothing that we can trade for anybody really. We have Carter Yakimchuk. That's who we can trade right now.
Well, you got we got three legitimate, like really legit NHL prospects.
Yeah,
Chuck
I would say we
Montgomery
have
and
three.
Halliday.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like that's it, which is pathetic. And a guy who we're going to pick in a few minutes.
Like Montreal still has guys they can deal if they want to. Like if they wanted to really get a second line center, like they could make some trades if they really wanted to, and still be okay in their prospect pool.
You know, I think what really hurt Ottawa was the 2021 draft. Tyler Boucher was like, whoa, my gosh. When I saw that pick, I was like, oh, no. It was not the right pick. Oh. Rocco, that's like,
You know
furious.
what? I feel bad.
Get him here. Let him go.
I feel fucking bad for Boucher. He gets shit on all the time. He never had a chance to play. Got hurt. He's not like
No,
he
I
would
don't
have been
blame him.
shit if he wasn't healthy, but he just
Yeah.
played. Never. He still
No,
doesn't.
and
There's
if they would have
4 games
picked
a
him in the
year.
20s, I know, but if they would have picked him in the 20s too, it would have been more appropriate for him. I think 10 was like, whoa, that was
I'm
way
not
too
saying-
much. It's not
I'm
fair.
not saying it wasn't a reach, but
Yeah.
I'm saying it's. I have a hard time calling it a complete bust of a pick because he's hurt. It's like Nolan Patrick. It's not his fucking fault, you know. Like he got hurt. It is like he's hurt. It's not like he played and sucked. He just never played.
Okay.
But still, you probably would rather have Wyatt Johnson there, maybe.
Really? What a shock.
But Wyatt Johnson was considered a reach when they picked him that high too. So you don't know. That was a COVID year. No one knew. Wyatt Johnson. So I'll put it this way: Boucher and Wyatt Johnson were both supposed to be second rounders that year. So
Rocco, the issue with that pick was like Sillinger was the guy on the board there, and he's not
is he any good?
But
Is he any good? What's he bring to you? 30 points playing one-way hockey?
we don't have a guy who plays.
I know, Darren, but I'm just saying, like, it's not like they missed a fucking Wayne Gretzky the next pick. It's not like Brian Lee where there's Kopitar, like, you know?
Okay.
Well, I think that the 2021, 2022 draft,
Let me
I
feel
think they
better.
went a little bit heavy on size. I think they kind of got caught up a little bit more than they should have at that point, you know, because the next year, I know he's a second round pick. He's the end of the second round, but Nordberg was also a bit of an odd pick for me. And I think he's playing like he's a second defenseman on his UHL team in his third year. Like he's kind of stuck there right now. And it's not really a bad thing. But
It was COVID. I'll give people
Yeah.
maybe a break
Yeah.
there, but so they took Aitchison.
Aitchison, yeah.
So Rick
That makes sense.
Rick mentioned that one. So good one, Rick.
Yeah, I think that makes sense for New York. A little bit of swagger in the back end and a good defenseman.
Another-
just not run around.
Another guy I let Darren trick me into putting lower on our rankings. Than we
Again,
should.
it's the ranks versus the mock. Man. Now look. Can I be
I'm
honest?
in your
with you?
head.
No, you're not. Like I'm gonna make some look. It's a decent prospect here. I have more concerns about him than I think some other guys do. I don't find his foot speed to be that good. I think his decision making is actually overrated a little bit. He really pinches up for offense a lot of the time. I said he was playing like Erik Karlsson at times, and he's not Erik Karlsson. And that's the series with Oshawa concerned me a little bit with him. I didn't like some of the things that I saw there at the end of the year. And he's not huge. Like I think he's perceived to be bigger than he actually is. So that's the one thing. It's a couple things that worry me about him. But I mean, he's physical, like very physical. I mean, he does a lot of things decently well. Great shot. So if anything, he'll be the most exciting player in the island. He might be more exciting than Schaefer is on the island, Rocco.
Oh my God. Yeah. They just got their top two lefties for the next 10 years. I had Aitchison at 17. I hit that one exactly right. Boyce, you had him at 18, and Grant had him at 14. So we're all in the right
around it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I had him at 21
Nesbitt
though.
make us look like idiots, but
Yeah,
that's
that Nesbitt we're off on.
well, Kindle we were off even more. Nesbitt we were
Yeah.
closer.
We had the right team.
I was only off by 8 picks on Nesbitt, so I mean a lot, but not crazy.
Yeah. I had him at 13, so I guess, or 12 or 13. I guess I'm the only one who kind of
Rick,
sucks
I'm
looking at
gonna
him.
be honest. Rick, you're a lot easier to get along with here than your previous counterpart.
We might have another conversation with the right-hand D.
Speaking of,
So Calgary's like now. Calgary, I'm taking Lankovic would be a good pick for them.
They need
For some reason.
upside.
Grant, you're just in time. We're talking about right-handed defensemen.
Yeah. Yeah. My favorites.
Grant McCagg.
Notice that they
Red.
notice that the Islanders took Aitchison
Yeah.
Saw that, yeah.
and Eklund. I mean, the value there, right?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I like. I mean, I had Eklund top 10.
Yep.
And Aitchison at 13. So they've got, you know, yeah, they traded away Dobson, but they're leaving the draft with three of my top 13 picks. That, I mean, I can't I can't poo-poo that too much. That's pretty impressive. I think that they're lucky that those two guys dropped to them, because Eklund can play in their top 6, and Aitchison could be one of their top 3 defensemen. Nice pieces.
So can I ask you guys, if Montreal actually had those picks at that point and those two were available, would they have been options for you guys, you think?
I don't know. Just like fit-wise, I don't know that they wanted to get, as much as you like Eklund, did they want to get another small winger? And Aitchison, they're so loaded on defense. I don't know.
Who would you have taken there?
Yeah,
Grant and Rick, both of you, really.
Even go second that.
Well,
yeah.
I think you know what one of my guys is. Did you really have to ask?
Big Russian guy?
Yeah. I'll defer to you, Rick.
I think the guys left over would have been Justin Carbonneau would have been there, and then I mean again the guys I have left is like Cameron Reed. Man, do they really need another really smooth skating left-handed D? Where's he gonna fit? No, Cole Reshny, I got him up there, but where's he gonna fit also? So I always think maybe I would have traded down and try to get more like assets later on and see what maybe throw a dart or take a high risk, high reward player later on maybe would have been a solution almost, because the next 6 or 7 guys I have on my list, they're not fits for Montreal. That's the problem, right?
And
so that would have been, but yeah. So I think Carbonneau would have definitely be it, but then I think I would have seriously considered moving down.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why, they said, hey, let's dangle these 2 picks and see what we can get for them,
Yeah.
And they got Noah Dobson, and I don't know what you said about it, Rick, but I haven't met anyone that thinks that was a bad trade for the Canadiens.
Well, so the guys this morning on Blue Sky this morning, when the rumors started coming out, I said 2 things. I said, one, I really don't want him to move Reinbacher, because I think in a few years Reinbacher will be very similar to Dobson. So I think I don't want that to be moved. I really didn't want that. I said I could consider it, but at the end of the day, no. The second thing I said was I hope they could keep him a tad under 10 million, because Hudson's going to want a lot of money too. And I could see him looking at Dobson's contract and saying, listen, I want, something similar, maybe a bit better. And they did that too. So at the end of the day, how could I be disappointed? I mean, it just makes total sense. There's a top 4, high quality D core. They're not even reaching their peak yet, because they're still very young. And defensemen usually reach their peak at 27, 28, more in that area. They're pretty far away from that. They're going to grow together for many years. So this is real. Montreal is like the envy of the NHL right now in that sense. That's to me, there's no doubt about it. And I think looking at the market right now, they're thinking, maybe for cost and return, second line center, our best option could be Doc, considering what it would cost to get an upgrade at this point, right?
Right.
So I think they did great. And there's this question I have for Grant actually that I was curious about. You probably have more experience of scouting. I think part of the reason the trade happened is when they did their draft meetings, they might have thought, is there a huge difference between 15 and 35 in this year's draft? Is there such a big letdown? And maybe there isn't. So maybe we could afford to move these picks, knowing that we got a few picks later on, and the difference is not huge with what's going to be left. That's what I'm wondering about.
Yes. And also they have 2 picks in the second and 3 in the third. So maybe they, still think they can target somebody here in the first round yet.
They might not be done. And there's a few teams that are pick rich and maybe generally asset poor who might be good partners for them there.
Yeah. There's, I think there's a few picks in the 20s, teams that don't have any picks in the second round. Well, if you can get 2 picks in the top 50, move back, and it's one of those drafts where, you might get the player that you like at 41 that when you're picking 26, and why not move back, get those 2 and get a third rounder too. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Canadians, because I keep saying it, there are only so many spots available to a team that I think has the best under 25 core in the league. How old is Dobson? He's 25, right?
I think he just turned 25 recently.
Yeah, he's not that old.
Like their 25 and under core is now with Dobson, when you add, Dobson and Suzuki, and then the guys they have under, it's as good as any team in the league. So where are the spots going to be?
Calgary picks. Lanny McDonald selects.
Okay.
Cole Reshny.
There it is.
Okay.
Got a talented player.
Very good.
Cole Reshny. There we go.
I had them taking Kindle, so it's, Kindle part 2, basically, really,
Western guy.
Yeah. No, Reshny's a talented player, and I understand that pick, and that's not a bad pick at all.
Grant mocked me at 17. Boyce mocked him at 15, and for the second pick in a row, I nailed that one.
I had him at 15 myself.
Yeah,
15. We had him higher than this in our actual rankings. I'm just talking about our mocks. So again, I'd like to note the difference. But geez, I thought he was so unbelievable at the under 18s. His playmaking and his vision are just
second half.
Other than O'Brien, I don't want to hear anyone saying they're better playmaker than this guy in this class. Anyway.
Yeah. He's he's a little undersized, and skating's a bit of a concern. So that's probably why he didn't go top 15. But smart and competitive, and vision is off the charts. So not a bad pick. So we got Hensler and Reed. They're probably going to go soon, I would think.
Columbus is going to go the right-hand D, Rocco. They're going to go
19, 20, 21. Okay, maybe. I'm going to take this opportunity here to use the restroom here before Ottawa comes. I'll be right back. You guys hold down the bunker.
Okay. I think Columbus might consider Prokhorov here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now are they just like, how is their Russian scouting department? Are they pretty? I mean, they have some on their team, obviously. Is that something they're pretty confident in there?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Voronkov and Marchenko were pretty good.
Yeah.
Marchenko, they got him at 48. Safe to say that was a
good pick.
That was a pretty good pick where they got him. I don't know. I don't know if they have the same Russian scout that they had then. Billy Sirin is their head scout, and he's in Europe. So there is some heavy influence in that regard. But I wouldn't be surprised if they look at Prokhorov here. But hey, Cameron Reed's another, wouldn't be a bad choice there. And Hensler, you know what? Now that I think about it, Jackson Smith and Logan Hensler, you rebuild your defense in a hurry.
It's a mobile that's a mobile defense there. So
yeah, it is.
Like that's
yeah. It might be.
If we just look at organizational depth and not just look at the best player available, I don't love what they have in the system at D. I was never a big Corson Coolman's fans, and Filzel are not
me
guys
neither.
I love.
Right.
So I don't think they have much right now in their system at all at D. So if they want to rebuild that aspect of their system, I agree. Getting Hensler and Jackson Smith would be a fantastic way for them to just really make sure that they're well balanced as an organization. You don't want to wind up like Buffalo, let's say, that's concentrated on, they're not small, Columbus, but when you're focused, when you got too much going on one end of the ice and the rest is ignored, it's hard to be a championship winning team. You got to have that balance and you got to have that depth everywhere. So that might be something they'll consider, I think, Columbus.
Like you could like, am I mistaken to think that Hensler's probably gonna play? Like it won't be like he's fairly safe in my opinion. Like I think his skills kind of translate. Maybe it's not a exciting guy, but like he'll play. It looks like he could play with good guys. He's not going to drive offense. But
yeah. Well, to play on the U.S. World Junior team at his age, it's rare. It's and then as well to do it in college too, and play a top 3 role as a freshman in college at that age, tells you that he's going to make the adjustment to the NHL. I guess the knock on him is that he's maybe a little vanilla, but and not physical. But his skating combination,
it's really good.
Teams are always going to be attracted to that, and he moves pucks. Maybe he doesn't create a lot, but he's pretty good at getting the puck out of his zone, and he utilizes his speed and size well, and he'll play. So at this point, pretty safe, and that's why I wouldn't be surprised if they don't go after Prokhorov, who might be a bit of a project, and you want a safer guy. Hensler, I think, might be their pick here.
Now we're on St. Louis here. So is there maybe a guy you guys think they might be targeting here?
They draft well. I mean, I really like St. Louis.
I'll say
drafting.
this:
they're really good. They're really good. I mean, Grant. A few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago, we were in Boisbriand. We went to see Moncton play, and they had one of their players from Moncton, Picard.
Yeah.
Wow, what a player! They got him in the 4th round. Like they're just a really good drafting.
Yeah,
draft really well. So and they have pretty good depth, a little bit everywhere. So I think it's in their case, it's just straight out best player available according to their list, and I could see it being a Reed. At this point, getting that movement from the back end might be a good pick for them. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was missing forgot that St. Louis was picking next there. Jumping the gun with Columbus.
Poor Blues.
Yeah. I could see Reed and Hensler both. Maybe Columbus doesn't get Hensler. One of those two would not surprise me. I think they could use the help on defense. They haven't been a lot of their picks in recent years have been forwards, like Dvorsky, Neighbors, Pekarchik. The majority of their picks, other than Juracek, who I'm not completely sold on, I think they picked him, right?
They did,
yeah. They picked Colin Ralph too. I think last year and the year before, a few years ago, they picked Theo Lindstein. So it's not like incredibly high end talent. Decent,
no,
nothing great.
There's some bigger guys there though. They like the bigger guys. Some of them.
Yeah.
Whether they turn out's a different story, but that might be something they like.
Yeah. Well, my thoughts on big defensemen, right? sometimes they can be overvalued. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they went with Cameron Reed. I think that'd be a nice fit for them. And he's, I know a lot of scouts that figure that he's going top 20 somewhere.
He's good. He's
well,
good.
the pick is in, by the way, guys, for St.
They
Louis.
got-
I don't know if you're aware.
I think they picked Carbonneau.
Yeah.
Carbonneau. So they would have went best player available on the board, I guess.
Forgot that Justin was still there too. I had him. In fact, I had him.
We're losing.
I have him one spot ahead of Reed. So yeah, they picked the top player on their list, right?
Yeah.
Carbonneau's the boy. So we're only 2 away from Ottawa now. How exciting is that, boys?
Yeah, Hensler's available. That's interesting.
Who?
If Hensler's available, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Right-hand D interest us.
Yeah.
Especially on our team that doesn't have any in this. Well, we need
If I could make a draft list of just like 24 right-handed D, that'd be my whole draft list probably.
Yeah. Well, at least Hensler can skate, I mean,
yeah.
That's kind of a key ingredient for me for if you're going to like a right defenseman, one that can really move. He's a great skater, so I think he'd be a solid pick. One of the next two. And would they even consider Reed, do you think?
I don't know.
I think lefty is the only thing they won't draft, but
that's all they have is like the lefty, really.
What if he's a top guy on their list?
If he's a top guy on their list and he's their top guy on their list, then you take him, I guess, and you count on the GM to manage the asset and make a trade later. But in terms of what we need, it'd be the position of least need probably. But if
Rick, you're staying. How long you staying for?
I was gonna just say I'm just gonna stay till the Ottawa pick, and then people waiting for me. So I'd like to stay if that's okay for the Ottawa pick, and let's see how it goes.
Absolutely,
because you were taking off your jacket. I thought, you're here for the long run there. Maybe.
No, it's the excitement. It's the excitement of Ottawa's pick that's getting me crazy a little bit. That's what it is.
We might rage. Who knows?
What if Ottawa takes Lakovic?
Oh no.
Maybe.
They could. They definitely could. He's big. Like that fits what they want in their draft. Like, he's not physical though, which is what they want.
What if he's just like Drake reincarnate?
What's that?
Drake's good. He was also like a 3rd or 4th rounder.
Yeah.
Thing with Ottawa for this pick, like we need a guy we know is going to play because we don't have a first next year.
Well, they said, okay, so Donnie Boyd said they're drafting hockey sense. Okay, so who's high hockey sense left? I would say Reed, actually. I would say Zonin, even though that's not the common narrative with him. I think he's high hockey sense.
He is, yeah, I would.
So those would be the two. Lakovic, I think, has decent sense. The questions with him are different. Hensler, you question it a little bit.
Potter? Potter?
Sure fucking hope not, dude. He's 5'10". I don't want to.
I know he's small, but
I don't think hockey sense is. It wouldn't be one of the things I'd list with him as a. No.
I don't want a 5'10" player. Period.
Yeah.
At 21, with the guys available, if Reshny's here still, Kindle's here still.
Reshny's, they're all gone. Yeah.
Right, but that's right. So do I want Potter? No.
I think Malcolm Spence is a nice pick for them. I really do. Fine. I wouldn't.
I'd be yes. Okay. Like it's just Malcolm Spence is just like so ho hum, but like I also like the pick.
We need a ho hum guy.
It might not be your first choice, but it would probably be like everyone's top 3 choice.
No one should be upset with that if that's.
Everyone should be really happy with that.
He's going to be a middle line. He's going to play in your middle line somewhere, and he's going to score some goals. He's got size. He can skate.
Yep.
Plays on.
He's produced the last 2 years in the OHL. He's going to what, Michigan State, isn't it?
Michigan,
which is just a great. Nightingale's just a fantastic coach and a great program.
The thing too, he always looks good when he's playing amongst the best of his peers.
Yeah, he's good with better guys.
When he's playing anything against the best, whether it's a showcase or a best on best, he always looks
Absolutely.
very, very good.
I loved him at the Helenka 2 years ago.
Grant, we watched that game at Chuck's, remember?
Yeah.
And he was awesome.
I thought he was the best player on Canada, and he was an underage. So I've never forgotten that, how good he was at that tournament. And he was a top 2 pick in the OHL draft, so he's always been highly regarded. I think he's a solid pick for Ottawa at 21. I wouldn't.
So would you take Lakovic or Spence?
Spence. I'm not. I'm not the biggest.
Oh, I know you're
Lakovic guy.
You're not. Rick, what about you? Do you have strong opinions here?
And I really don't have a strong opinion on what's left. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
I think everybody.
Just
Cameron Reed would be my number 1 pick, but as you said, he might not. There might not be a spot that makes sense in Ottawa if they're thinking about organizational needs, and whatever's left over. I mean, I don't know if there's anything left over that really. It's either something that worries players that worry me because they might have a flaw, or it might be players that are unspectacular and will, fill a hole, but they won't wow you. So what do you want?
About, we need that second part. It's just the unspectacular, unfortunately.
Well, what about the behemoth like Nastrasil or Prokhorov? Would they maybe consider one of those dudes?
I think they might consider Nastrasil.
Yeah,
Nastrasil.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'd be very happy with Nastrasil. I like I like Grant. I liked him a lot all year.
Yeah,
he's and maybe to the point that I got tunnel vision on him. That's kind of like Zonin. Like I would say those would be the 2 forwards. Look, I understand Wang and Kettles. I got tunnel vision on those 2 guys. Zonin and Nastrasil would be the 2 forwards I got tunnel vision on a little bit. So yeah, I'd be very happy if Ottawa took him. I think he's got a boatload of upside.
Well, they're comfortable drafting out of the USHL. I think they hit on a guy last year with Montgomery. Like Montgomery's good.
Yeah, true.
So
Shane Pinto.
Yeah, it's possible that that's maybe a scout they trust. I mean, he's a good player. He needs to.
Speaking of USHL, Riker Lee he sprouted 4 inches in the last 2 years. His skating was thought to be an issue early in the year. He's got second line upside all day. Like he could be a second line winger. Extremely smart. Always has produced. Ottawa could use another point producer. Riker Lee would not be a bad pick for them at 21 either.
Are you confident in his floor though?
His what?
Are you confident in his floor? Because that's kind of what Ottawa's worried about here. Is we kind of need the floor to be he's going to play. He's
ultra competitive.
Yeah.
So I think he's safe. I think he's going to play a middle line role in the NHL, and that he has second line upside. So I think that would be attractive to an Ottawa team that could use some more scoring.
Yeah. Oh, we lost Rick there for a second.
Yeah.
Too much Ottawa talk for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone, my apologies. I don't know what happened there. There was a little glitch, and the weather's a little bit rough around here, so there's a little.
Yeah. But, well, it happened to me too. Maybe it's not our fault. Maybe we'll blame it on the puck bunker.
Oh, you know what? I'll take the heat. That's just going to be my role, and I understand
Rocco's fault,
and that's okay. Honestly, if things go wrong, it's Rocco's fault. So
the big question I'm asking myself is Columbus ever going to pick? Like this has been going
3 seconds left on the clock. I'm saying they're picking Hensler.
Yeah, that makes too much sense not to, right?
Hensler or Prokhorov, probably.
Grant's gonna have me double fisting drinks in a minute.
All right, here they are.
Let's see.
The suspense is killing me. Peyton Kettles.
they like big guys in Columbus. Don't put it past them.
That would be funny.
I would put it past him.
Here we go.
Oh boy. Whoa. This was a shock.
Peter Andrianov.
Yeah, all right. They took one of the tendies.
They went with the small goalie.
All
There's
right,
your
Ravensburger wasn't the first guy off the board. I was
Wow.
right. Not my
My
first guy, but he's
gosh.
really good. I do like him.
Piotr.
that doesn't shock me.
No.
I heard through the grapevine that they didn't mind him at all.
So they took a Russian, though. There you go.
So there's one of my bets come true, Darren.
That I feel a little bit vindicated with that one, even though I had a top 3, but he's on it. He's really good.
Well, I had the Habs taking him in the mock there,
Yeah.
second round, but
Okay, so now do we see Frolov and Ravensburgen go here before the end of round 1?
no,
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
No, that's not going to set off. Ottawa's not taking a goalie. Sure.
Yeah, I know. There's always goalie runs or whatever, but
Philly
three goalies,
Sorry,
three goalies in the first round. When's the last time that happened?
Okay, Darren, we're talking only Sens for the next 3 minutes. What are we doing here?
Yeah,
Hensler? Like, is that actually an option for them?
Well, he's on the board. It is an option for him. Andrianov, by the way, that's our first miss. None of us had him in the first round.
a 6 foot Russian goalie. Yeah,
I think he grew a little bit, but yeah, he is a little bit undersized than the other guys.
How do they not
we know why that? I think we know why that pick took so long to be given out. I think Columbus were trying to trade down. I would think, right?
Possibly.
Like, there was not a lot of risk that anybody's going to steal him from Columbus later on in the first round. I don't
The only
believe.
other team that I could see taking a goalie is Nashville, because Philly just traded their picks already. So like Nashville might take a goalie later, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'd assume you're correct, but
So, boys, what's your pick? I'm so lost now.
well, what are our
I think
options?
Hensler makes
here?
sense.
Hensler,
Lakovic, Hensler,
Reed,
I like
Lakovic.
Fiddler, but I don't think they would.
Fiddler, Lakovic, Spence, Zonin, Nestrasil. They should try to trade down is what they should do if they can.
Lots of options that are actually decent options for them.
They should try to trade down if they can.
I don't think that's going to happen, though, to be honest, because I think Columbus, like I said, they took a long time to pick. So I think Columbus were trying to make a trade to move down because nobody was taking him anywhere near there, right?
Oh.
Like it would have been safe for Columbus to move down, I believe. So if they couldn't get the trade done, I don't think anybody else was. I think nobody's looking to move up at this point because the draft is just too. At this point, it's all over the place, I think. So I believe that there's not going to be anybody trading down, in my opinion.
I think a team that has no second round pick will trade down because they're, like you say, it's all over the board.
Yeah.
So why not?
Someone's going to want to trade up, though.
Yeah, well, Montreal.
Do they want to trade up? I don't want pick 40. I need something higher than that.
If they want to target a big guy and they think that he'll go in the first round, they'll trade up. But
But
that's one example, and I'm sure there's other teams that, maybe there's a team saying, "Hey, Frank Hensler, how come he's still on the board?" Or Reed. I mean, Reed could be a second pairing defenseman. Like, he's got that upside.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's not a lot of offensive defensemen in this draft. Like there's like the teams could be quite interested in him actually.
And if it's a team that's like Ottawa, for instance, that's heavy with left defensemen and they don't want him necessarily, somebody says, "Hey, move down a few spots." They'd be more likely to move down a few spots in the first, though, and as opposed to moving out in the first altogether.
I think we want to move later in the first and net a pick
Right.
where,
and then take a Bernard Docker or whatever, Yeah.
Well, well, maybe not him, but
The last time you did that, right? That's what.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I hope new management is a little bit better, but
Yeah.
I trust them a little bit more at this point, but we'll see.
Darren, I don't have a goddamn clue what I want to happen.
No,
right
because
now.
there's lots of options here. So it's actually interesting to see who they're going to take here
I'll
because
say they're going to be
learn a
hard
bit
pressed.
about their philosophy here.
They're going to be hard pressed to pick a guy that we don't like. I think right now. No, but actually, it's not
Famous
bad.
last words, Rocco. Famous last.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
There's like 4 guys here that I don't want. And
Jack Ivan Kovic.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Great. All right.
I fucking knew
You
it.
did it.
Here we go. 21.
Well, Rick, you were right on. No, nobody's trading down.
Predators. 23 and 67.
So we moved down
Oh, there
2
is.
spots and got a third, which we didn't.
All
have.
right. Well,
That's
last
great.
time I do a prediction here.
We needed to do that. So I'm really okay with that.
Well, it's 100% the right play there.
All right, guys. Well, I will have to say goodnight. I do have an event I'm at right now, so I was supposed to step out for 25 minutes, but I had too much fun with the Pug Bunker guys and with you, Grant. So again, thank you very much for having me on.
Hopefully
It
we
was
can have you on
amazing,
again,
fun
Rick.
night.
Yeah,
Nice
Rick,
to
you're
meet
welcome
you.
back anytime. We'll love to bring you back. It was a ton of fun. Thank you so much for joining
Thank
us and
you.
taking the time out of your night. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night. Eh?
Take
Thanks,
care.
Rick.
Rick.
Thanks for coming
Thank you.
on, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
So Nashville made that
Rick
move.
Springhetti, everybody. Great scout, great friend of the show.
So he
Yeah.
wasn't critical of right defenseman or anything, so you're going to have him back on?
That's
Do you-
correct.
Does Nashville need a right hand defenseman? though? I'm actually going to straight up ask that.
Who
Like,
picks 22, Darren?
who did Philly make that trade with?
Who did Philly make that
Who
trade?
did Philly make their trade with?
Pittsburgh.
earlier? Pittsburgh, yeah. Pittsburgh. picked 22.
Maybe they're all after goalies.
Well, it's Nashville moved up here.
So I'm
So
saying. So we'll see. Like, what do they want?
well, they need right hand D.
Hensler?
What they move up from 25 or whatever?
23.
Great.
We moved up 2 spots.
Oh,
And we got a third, like an early third, which is we don't have the pick. So
Hey, if
Not
Grant's
a bad
right,
idea.
that could be big defenseman territory for us.
well, let me just say if Hensler was available right now and that was their main guy, they probably would have just picked him.
Well, obviously he wasn't their main guy.
Yeah.
interesting.
Very. Because now they go to commercial break and fucking taunt us.
What did do you know what they picked up for moving down?
67.
It's on the ticker, Grant.
23 and
67. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's a
Great.
for the people
Right.
hard of
Really
seeing. You might want to just announce these things, just in
Well, I
case.
try, but you don't let me talk, so it's hard.
Okay. All right.
All right. So who do we like for Nashville here?
Frolov, the goalie. No.
You think they're taking a
Hensler.
goalie?
Hensler. I think they're taking
I think they're taking Hensler too. You got an idea,
Got it.
Grant?
Oh, at this point, the Andrianov one, I'm just
It just
Who knows?
caught you off guard, eh?
well, frig. Who knows what teams are thinking? Cameron
Prokhorov.
Reed would be a great pick for them, I think.
Yeah. What about
Like,
Prokhorov?
what's their defense going forward? Their top 4, their young top 4 defense.
Well, their left side is set, which is the issue. You don't really need Reed there. You have Sanderson, Shabbat, and Clevin on the left.
I guess.
I'd done some mocks with them earlier and picking at 23, and it was kind of power forward types I took, but they could use a right hand defenseman, I think.
I got them picking Cameron Reed at 23 in my
Hmm.
mock.
There you go.
George Kittle announcing
I think
this.
they could use both. I don't think it would be. Does he play for them now?
The
Right.
Preds have picked 7 forwards in the top 50 in the past 4 drafts, so I think
Picking a D.
I think it's time for a defenseman.
Here we go. Cameron Reed.
Yeah, okay.
I finally got one
Cameron
right in my mock draft. past the top 10. Good. I'm doing better than last year. I think I got 2 right in my mock draft last year or something like that. It was-
Like, I have no issue with this pick. Like, he's a good player. Like, this guy's
and I don't mind them moving up too, because I
No.
think that's a surprise that he was still there
yeah.
for some.
Well, it's as we were saying, there's not a lot of offensive upside defensemen in this draft.
You know what's funny? All 3 of us mocked Reed at number 19.
Well, we're close.
We were close. We've been close on a lot of them here. There's only been 2 or 3 picks where we've been off by more than a couple.
Yeah. Good.
Well,
No, I
Andrianov we didn't have in the first, but I'm gonna miss on every goalie ever on a mock draft. So
No, you'll never take one in the first.
no, I can't do it.
I do 64 profiles from my draft guide, and I just could not get enough. Like, I put scouts quotes in it, and I wasn't going to make them up, and I just could not get enough information from the scouts on Andrianov or Frolov. Or honestly, I would have had them in the second round because
They're good goalies.
yeah,
They're very good.
so I put them right at the start of the third, but with the realization that they were, the word on the street was that they were going anywhere from the end of the first to mid-second, you know.
I
So
mean, as you can tell, I have the want to watch these goalies probably way more than I should. So
yeah.
That's a nice. That's nice for them, Cameron Reed. They've got a lot of success.
They have another pick here too. Another pick here, 26
Coming up. Yeah.
So that
Well,
might be the goal.
Like I said, 7 of their picks, top 50, were friggin' all forwards. So they needed to add a young defenseman, you know.
So they got Martin, Reed, and now a goalie.
They could take one, but where's it next? They have a pick in the second round at like 36. That's where they should take their goalie.
Yeah, I don't see. I think teams have cooled off on Ravensburg to a certain degree, and I don't know. That
I would take Frolov. So
Yeah, me too.
I wouldn't take Ravensburg.
Yeah, but our team's going to take guys that they only basically saw on video. One did, Columbus, but I don't know.
They'd have to trust their goalie scout quite well, and B, maybe their Russian scout pretty well too. But
we've had one Russian taken so far, and I don't know. Maybe there'll be a rush of Russians taken here, but
the thing I will say about Frolov as a goalie prospect, like, it's the canvas that you like with him because he's 6'3" and uber athletic. So some goalie coach is just going to see this guy as like, can we get him? Like, can we just get him and all make him good?
When I was watching him there, he was slip sliding all over the place.
That's what I mean. He's really athletic. He needs some. He needs to.
Yeah.
What do we think here of this one? Will Carver will become a star for St. Louis?
He'll let Grant.
Why? Because he's from the Q, or
I don't know.
Simon, is that Simon Boisvert asking that?
I don't know.
No.
Me and Boyce had him ranked in the 20s.
I don't think he'll become a star, but he could be a 25 goal scorer, maybe 30. Is that a star? Maybe. I don't know.
Pretty good. If he becomes a 30 goal scorer.
Depends on your definition. Like, what's the definition of a star?
First
I guess
line player?
I don't see him as a first line.
He's probably thinking like 60-point guy, maybe. Is that a star player?
Really?
Like that, Your
I
definition
think 70. I think 70 at least plus.
Well, let's ask him. Simon or Simon. I don't know. I'm not sure if you're French or English, but what do you mean? What's your definition of star? Give me a point total here. Give us the over under. Simon Simon.
65.5.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's Simon 11 or Simon 11, but either one works for us.
You having a pint too there, Darren, now or what?
Pint
No,
of cola.
caffeine. Coke
Caffeine?
Zero. Coke Zero.
Okay.
I got to stay up all night anyway, so just
Boyce is going to be on baby duty there.
yeah. That's the trade-off.
So Pittsburgh's on the clock now.
That's fair.
Like, they just take best player available here again in their mind.
Sure. At this point, yeah. Whoever's highest on your list.
That's what you do.
Yeah, so
Riker Lee'd be a nice.
well, there seems to be a lot of smoke with him that people would jump up for him, but same with Nastrassel too. I suck with names, man.
Boyce, I knew that no matter what, we would be wrong on Lakovic. No matter where we put him, we'd be wrong.
We were never going to be right on him.
Oh, 22nd pick. Bill Zonen.
Oh, nice. Go Penguins.
Wild Bill's a first rounder. What a pick. I'm so upset.
Where did we mock him?
I had him here at 20. I had him at 23. Oh, that's a kick in the junk. You had him at 21. And
Right around it.
And Grant had him at 32. That made me so happy and sad at the same time.
That none of us actually got the pick right.
No, it just made me.
The
no,
Sens
I-
don't get him.
Yeah, the
happy
Sens don't get him. There you
I'm
go.
happy he's a first rounder because we had him like on the very first episode of our show ever. We talked about him being a first rounder when he was ranked as a mid or low second. And so I'm happy for him because it's really hard work and I'm a fan of his, but I'm sad because Ottawa picks next and we don't have access to him now. And that makes me.
So he went ahead of Lakovic, by the way, which is
we ranked him ahead of Lakovic.
I know we did, but I don't think a lot of other people did.
Well, not a lot of other people as good as scouts as we are. Boys.
Oh my god!
I'm joking. As many guys as we got right, we got wrong. I'm just joking around.
I ranked Billy Z ahead of Lakovic.
Yeah,
because you're a
in
good
my
scout.
draft guy.
Yeah.
I want to go to Blainville next year and watch this guy.
Well, I called
Got
that.
to do a weekend. Got to do a Montreal weekend here.
I'll be back.
I'd be into that. Go to Blainville and then go to a Habs game.
Boys, I'm so sad
Because they didn't get him. They traded down and didn't get him.
because they had him and they traded down by one spot. It's like Keandre Miller all over again. You know, just that's okay. Bill's on and congratulations. What a player. Honestly, we're just going to talk about him because it's going to be our last chance to talk about him this season. This was a personal favorite of both of us. Blake Fiddler was probably Boyce's guy the most. This guy is probably my guy the most. First guy that I got to scout all season and just full of piss and vinegar and heart. And I don't know, people question his upside. Maybe he's not going to be a first line player, but he's going to help you win a lot of hockey games. And he makes guys around him better. I don't know. I can't say enough good things about him. I wish he was coming to Ottawa, but good for him going to Pittsburgh. Any thoughts, boys?
I mean, I love this pick. Like, now the question is for Pittsburgh, like, where are they going to play him? Like, is he a centerman? Is he a winger?
Doesn't
Try him at center. Like, is he going to play center? Like, are we thinking he's a centerman?
Why couldn't he?
Definitely could.
Hard.
Yeah.
He works hard. He's good in his own end.
I love that they just put the highlights on there and they're all just him scoring like garbage goals. I'm such a fan of that.
They're not even garbage, dude. They're one-timers from the slot. Like, he gets into good spots and he rips them. Or he'll bang them home. Like,
so we're back up again.
I just want to look at the interview.
I expected lots of Ottawa talk here. What's going
Well,
on?
we don't know who they're going to pick now. We still don't know. The same issue.
Trade down again, to be
Trade
honest.
down again. I don't know. Get another pick.
Actually. Honestly.
Billy's on in or bust.
Well, there's just a lot. Like, there's a few different options here for them, right? Like, it's just.
I no longer like the trade. We could have had him. Fuck the 67th pick. We don't need it. Give me Billy Z back.
I mean, If they move down 2 or 3 spots again, I think there's still guys available that they would like. But
Yeah. I think it'll be Spence. I think it'll be Spence.
Yeah, that would have made sense that they would have been probably confident he'd be there.
Yeah. Maybe Hensler. I guess it's the hockey sense issue with Hensler, obviously.
They probably want to be more physical too. Like
no, that's true. Yeah.
They like some jam in their draft picks. So like Spence would actually kind of fit that. He can play with some when he's motivated.
He can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Hensler and Lakovic, let's note that they're similar issues in terms of lack of physicality there. And it's not playing well in the draft order. What a surprise after the Stanley Cup final that we watched. Who could have guessed that guys with a lot of jam would be getting picked high? Not us, Darren. We wouldn't have guessed that.
Oh, we still didn't get many of them.
That's why I was surprised you had Lakovic that high.
It's more guessing on the teams just being enamored with the upside.
Yeah, yeah. You also had him, but you had him ranked top 20, did you not?
Yeah. Where did we have him top 20?
16.
Yeah. So the upside is high. It's just
16. It was Carbonell that we put lower. Carbonell we had 26.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just question the hockey sense a bit with him. The work rate's good. What do I say all the time? He looks like he's playing with, like he's drinking 3 Red Bulls before he plays.
100%.
Yeah. He works hard. He's just almost does too much. Might be the way to put that, but he's got talent for sure. All these guys have talent. When we think they're first round picks, they have talent.
70 points is our threshold for defining is what we're getting in the comments. Can Carbonell be a 70-point guy?
Maybe in his best season or something like that. You know what I mean? Like he's not going to average 70 points. I don't think. You look back at drafts, and I was shocked. You might have 4 or 5 guys that average 60 points a season.
Tom Green announcing Ottawa's pick.
Oh, perfect.
So who are we taking?
Fiddler.
Spence? You think you're
Spence? Fiddler? Mistrassel? Here we go.
I'll just go into Strazzle through it.
Pick is select Logan Hensler.
So they did take a right-hand D.
Good.
I mean,
dude,
it's a need.
You tell us we got Hensler yesterday. We're fucking
ecstatic. We would take
great
that and run.
Great pick, dude.
And we got an extra pick taken.
And you moved down and got him.
Pick, so that's good.
You can't criticize that.
No, there's nothing
wrong. Pick. It was great.
Now, could I ask you, Grant, do you think there is any more offensive upside there with him than we've seen or not? Do you think it was just because he was playing college against older guys, or is it just kind of, do you think it's just lacking?
I don't see a lot of creativity there.
Yeah.
You don't need him to be. I don't know that you need him to be.
I don't say we need him to be. I'm just asking if it's available.
No. You hope that he'll learn to play a little more physical, and that he could be a penalty killer for you.
The skating's so good.
Skating,
I think he can be a second line or second pairing defenseman if he plays with a little more jam. Don't see power play, but I could see him playing second top 4 minutes if you can PK for him. His skating 1-on-1 is really good. So, and he can move pucks out of the zone.
Makes a good first pass. Like that's not.
Yeah, he does.
Problem. No,
his outlet passes are fine because he gets his puck retrievals with his speed and are good, and
it's a nice
safe pick.
Yeah,
nice,
it is a safe pick. Yeah,
nice compliment to Yakimchuk. Who I would describe as a pretty high event player, and I would describe Hensler as a pretty low event player. Yeah. So you have that on the right-hand side now moving forward. That's 2 pieces that you hope can be in your top 4, and they bring a little bit of complementary skill sets where Yakimchuk's kind of the big bomber. He'll be the guy on the highlight reels, good and bad. and Hensler might be the type of D where the less you hear his name, the better. So I kind of like that they've done that. Now we're big Blake Fiddler guys. We would have loved him too, but
this is the safer guy.
This is the safer guy. This is the safer guy. Yes, for sure. So and an elite skater who plays a premium position. So I think at 23rd overall, and you pick up an asset in the process. Steos did about as well as he could here.
We actually need some speed too. So it's not a
yes. And you need a guy that's gonna play. The bust risk for this guy to not play in the league is extremely low. And I think that was super appealing. Now you might not have the upside of some other guys that were there, but I don't think upside was the MO here. I think making sure that we add a quality asset to the prospect pool who will play several hundred games for us.
This is literally our second best prospect now. He literally moves up to number 2 on our list. So
great. That's awesome.
2 right defensemen.
Yeah. So ends.
We like that.
I mean, mobile puck movers. I have, I wouldn't say Yakimchuk's mobile necessarily, but
no, not like that. No,
he's got the offensive upside, right? I can't complain. You guys needed to shore up right defense the last 2 years, and every scout I know has Hensler ranked in the top 25. They don't have Fiddler ranked in the top 25. So if it was, I'm not surprised that it was Hensler and not Fiddler at that point. There are questions about Fiddler's puck moving. He's a good skater and he's good size, but I don't know. Hockey sense maybe is a little bit in question, so I'm not surprised that Ottawa didn't take him there. But you like the kid's leadership skills. He's always wearing a letter. Good skater, good size. There is some work to do there, though, and I think that's why teams are a little shy of taking him this high.
So the thing that I liked with Fiddler, like you said, I think he's a pretty good skater for the size. I liked his agility. Really going side to side. I thought that was actually quite elite with him. And I agree. There is maybe some hockey sense issues, but I found it was more. I didn't mind his decision making more so than he was mishandling the puck more in those situations than the actual decisions themselves. So I thought he actually improved at it as the year went on. I thought there was actually a little bit more creativity as the year went on. So he improved to me, which is why I like him. And again, I like the 6'4" aspect of a guy that can move like that. I think he's quite a good rush defender. Now I only got to see him live once, which is, I wish I could see him more, obviously. But when we saw him at I guess it was the USHL CHL game in London, he was playing on that first pair, and I thought he looks like an NHL defenseman, like he does NHL things. So that's why I like him. But again, it was more like to the Sens, like it just seems like a guy they would take, like a 6'4". Like they like the size component to it. I wonder if they would have taken him if Hensler was gone, though. I really do wonder if that would have been their guy, if they would have just stuck with the right-hand shot or not. So
yeah. There's I'm just looking at some of the scout quotes, and so he gets into trouble. I don't like his reads. He gets caught wandering on his short side. So there's some varying opinions on his play away from the puck that needs to be cleaned up and stuff. But that size gating combination makes you think that he's going to go somewhere here between 25 and 35, I would think.
He should go in the first here, but yeah. Oh, trade.
Oh, is this where the Habs?
Pittsburgh moved up again.
And LA gets 31 and 59. Got to be Fiddler here.
I don't know. There's some.
Is Pittsburgh just going up and getting Lakovic here? Like, is that the
Maybe.
like? Is it like who would be on the board here that they would be trading up for?
Riker Lee is a possibility. Jarofsky is a possibility. Spence, Nestrasil. Depends what they're looking for,
Well, who picks right behind them? Chicago?
Maybe Cullen Potter. Someone says, "Oh, we need some speed in there." It's hard to say. Like, it could be at this point, Fiddler. They need to shore up the defense, so it could be. What have they picked so far?
They picked. We got Rocco.
Well, I got Zonin.
Yeah.
And 11, they took
Hindle.
So,
yeah, D maybe.
I think they might go D. They could use the help.
Unless you just drafted a whole line, Kindle, Zon, and Lakovic.
I mean, they really do need everything.
What a line that would be, Kindle, Zon, and Lakovic. The other two try hard enough to make up for the one.
It's true.
Imagine Kindle and Zonin.
What if it's
space?
What if it's Wang?
What if it's Prokhorov?
Fucking stick pick if it's Wang.
They could take a lot of guys here. They could be taking a shot on a guy too. Like,
I love Wang. He should, my personal list. He's a first rounder.
Some team might step up on Boumediene too. I don't like him in the first, but he's a good skater. 6'2".
Did we leave Boumediene off our first round in the mock?
Yes, you dummy.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
You made me put Riker Lee and a goalie.
I didn't put
Riker, you banana.
It wasn't Riker Lee. It was Mason West, who, by the way, I like that guy.
I'd rather take Mason West than in the first than Riker Lee.
I liked Mason West, actually, for considering is not seriously been seriously playing.
I like him better. I like Mason West better than Lee.
Do you like Mason West, Grant?
No.
No?
Why?
Why would that be?
I don't find that he has very good hands. He's not a goal scorer. He's not physical, but he's big and he can skate and shoot the puck. I don't know that there's a ton of offensive upside there, but and then there's the football thing. So
here we go. Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh select Will Horkoff.
There you go.
Will Horkoff. Hard not to like that one.
I mean, so they picked 3 forwards.
He's sick. I think he's underrated.
If he can pick up his pace there's some nice tools.
Yeah, if you can gain a step. Does a lot of things. He does a lot of things you want, though.
Absolutely. So, Boyce, you and me both had Horkoff 28.
Yeah.
He just missed Grant's mock draft first round.
Just interesting that's their third pick there. I'd almost call him a safer guy.
There's a lot of projection. You got to hope. You got to hope the skating comes for sure. I thought he'd go in the second round because of his skating, but you like the size. Protects the puck well. Has a good shot. Don't know how much creativity there is there, but when he did play with Michael Hage, that they created some offense, and yeah, at this point in the draft, any guy you got in the top 50, could go, and obviously everybody has him in the top 50 somewhere.
Yeah.
So.
I liked him a lot. I thought he had a little bit of a quieter U18s.
Yeah.
familiar start to the year, but I thought he was phenomenal in pretty limited minutes.
I'm gonna get a little frustrated here. Him and Potter should have been playing more in that tournament, but
Yeah.
sorry to sigh about that, but that was a qualm I kind of had in that tournament. Those guys looked good, and I felt like they were playing the Murtagh line a bit more than those guys were. So
Yeah. Well,
now, do you think Potter will actually go in the first round, or is the size thing just too much for people? Do you think?
I don't see a lot of vision there either.
Speed's really good though. But
maybe the best skater in the draft class. So, but if you keep dead ending yourself with the puck, and it's it helps. It helps if you. I even found at the U18s that just a lot of nothing happening there. He burst up the side of the wing there along the boards, and then just run out of room and not. I don't think he has a lot of vision and creativity. I don't know that he can play top 2 center role at the NHL level because of his size. So where does he play?
Do you think the speed can still play at a lower, like a bottom 6 role, or is that?
Well, I think, his motor's good enough there that with that speed that he can probably play third line. And it might be on the wing. He might be a middle line winger somewhere. As it turns out,
because one thing I liked with him, even though he was small, I actually liked the amount of pressure he could put on other teams' D. Like I actually thought he was a great forechecker. So it actually almost him being small wasn't as big of an issue as it should have been, just because he was so fast. Like he could be effective in just that role.
Well, that's where I think we'll get him selected somewhere in the top 40. I've got him at the end of the first. Because of that speed and because of that forechecking pressure, that like he can he can make life a little miserable for defensemen back there. Let's say a big right-handed right defenseman that's not a great puck mover. He can make life
pressure on them.
Yeah.
I like this this comment. We got some insight live from the draft, wherever the fuck they are, the draft auditorium, I guess. From Tevin. Boys, no chance they run this draft style back next year. I left the draft at pick 18 back to the hotel. Too long, drawn out, and somewhat awkward. Utah got our guy, so I am happy. Thanks for that insight there, Tevin. We absolutely despise the style of this draft, and we hope they never do it again.
It's brutal.
Thank you for that. And thanks for tuning in. You're literally in LA for the draft, and you're watching us, so we appreciate that.
Wow. I like what your handle there is. Puck Bun at Puck Bun.
Puck Bun.
There you go.
At Scout Row and Grant Mac.
That actually kind of is okay. So we got Chicago up now.
Nestrazel.
Don's looking for Nestrazel here.
Don wants Nestrazel. That's who we mocked to them.
Friend of the show, the prospect Don Anthony Donati, has a very, very strong feelings for Nestrazel. We'll see. What do you think? What do you think Chicago does here?
I think I have them taken in my mock. I believe I have them taken Nestrasil.
Oh, so we all got the same guy.
There you go.
I have Nestrasil ranked 26, so it's right in this.
Oh yeah. So in our mocks here, I have Nestrasil 24, and Boyce and Grant both have him 25.
Well, we're in Nestrasil. I have him going to Chicago at 25. So in my mock, so in the draft guide.
I mean, they could use some more size up front.
Absolutely.
What is Kyle Davidson doing?
Obviously, I think Prokhorov would be a good fit for them too if they want to take a chance on the big Russian.
Well, yeah, if you like one guy, it stands a reason you might like.
I feel like Prokorov's he could be an option for any of these teams here if they're if they're confident in the scout they have.
So I'll say this about Prokhorov, because we debated him a shit ton all year. We're at the point in the draft where I think it's a completely worthy
fine.
pick.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We ranked him in the 30s, but at this point, they're all close, right? These guys. So,
frig.
I think the top guys have gone.
Like I had Horkoff at 41, but I had absolutely I understand completely why he went where he did. So you're at that point in the draft where anybody in your top 60 really, can go. And if it's someone after that, then you're a little surprised, but like Andreyanov. But actually, really, I figured he'd go in the second round.
Where we have him, I think we put him at 39 or 40.
Adriano?
Yeah, 39. We have him somewhere 39 or 40.
Yeah.
We had him in the 30s.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my mock, I have him going to Montreal at 49.
Would have been.
Here we go. Chicago selects. Muskegon.
Yeah, we got it.
Strassel.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dawn.
There you go, boys.
I'm doing better in my mock draft than in the guide this year.
Well, we got that one.
Yeah.
You know what's hilarious? I mocked him 24 for some stupid reason. I don't know why. That's okay. Strassel to Chicago. I love it. Thoughts on the pick, guys? I know we all love it, but boys,
it's a need for them. Like they need some size. He's a high effort player. Got a lot of room to get stronger. So I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like he'll like the way he plays. He could play in a bottom 6 role, but there might be more upside here than that too. So like I don't know what to say. I really like he's blocking shots with his face, Rocco. Like
yeah,
like give me that guy.
No, that's very fair.
So I guess at the end of the day, Spence, people are thinking that they're, upside is limited there.
So if I could say one thing about Spence, I do wonder if his last playoff series against London had something to do with it, because he looked checked out in that series.
Yeah, I know.
And that was like, it was glaring.
Yeah.
So I don't.
His last game of the year was the worst viewing I had on him all season.
The OT goal to win that series was completely on him. And like, that was happening back. Yeah, like so. I don't know if maybe there was something there that people saw. I don't know, but
well, you saw that, and you saw Lakovic. So, what are teams thinking about? Inconsistent effort.
Yeah.
They don't like it.
Noted. I'm gonna write that down. Inconsistent effort.
Yeah, we didn't harp on guys for that all year at all, boys? Not once.
Well, that's why Lakovic hasn't been picked yet, too, right?
Exactly.
100%.
My goodness.
Look at other guys here. Yeah.
So we're at Nashville here again.
Frolov.
Yeah, I'm sure they want to pick another Russian goalie. That's after the.
They could use another D. Like it is realistic.
Yeah.
Eklund 16th.
Smaller winger.
Some of these guys that drafted as centers are going to play wing.
They had the potential to play center, though.
Fair.
Like who?
Any of them. Some of them.
Yeah.
Kindle,
no. A lot of these.
Kindle, Cooch, Reshny, any of them could play wing.
50% of the centers taken in the draft end up on the wing.
Playing wing.
At least.
But at least you can move them from center to wing, and you're not like you give them a shot. You're not pigeonholed into it, right? Like it does.
Well, you have 8 wingers on a roster, and you have 4 centers. So right?
I always equate that to like baseball. They always draft shortstops and then move them to other positions. It's just
The most athletic guys.
yeah, they can move from there, so you're not as
It's the easiest transition from center to wing. If you can play center, you can handle your defensive
yeah.
responsibilities on the wing.
No, and these guys could all play center, but like some of them will move to wing.
Yeah.
We're thinking Fiddler here.
I think so. Ready?
Well, they had Vern Fiddler. Are they going to take Blake
Grant-
Fiddler?
It makes a really good point there.
Riker Lee.
Did they take Riker Lee? Okay.
Riker Lee.
About time.
So they took more of a shot with their third pick, or maybe
They took a guy with second line upside instead of a defenseman that I think most NHL scouts feel will be a third pairing defenseman in Fiddler. So you can't dispute that, you know.
He's higher upside for sure. This guy, like
Yeah.
just a bit more projection with him. Like he needs to develop a bit more.
Okay, so we're back to even. Grant missed Horkov, and me and Boyce both missed Riker Lee in our mocks.
And we all missed Andrianov.
And we all missed Andrianov. What pick? That was pick 26?
20. Oh, this one's 26. Yeah.
And then me and Boyce didn't put him on because we're idiots. Cool. Riker Lee, we're getting close to the end here. 6 more picks. 6 more.
Good. It's getting close to my bedtime there.
You don't have a bedtime.
I'm just getting started tonight, Grant.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're a little younger than me.
Might have to start watching these 2026 guys, Rocco.
Yeah.
So
Head start tonight.
we're starting on Sunday. We're putting out our first 2026 mock draft next week.
Yeah.
McKenna's going to go number 1, maybe.
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 Yeah. I think we were saying the same thing about Hagen's last year at this time.
Different. McKenna would have been first overall last 3 years.
Probably.
So is Riker Lee growing again? Like, is he?
No,
over
Bettman's
6
just
feet
short.
now?
Bettman's
Or
just short.
Bettman, no, is he over 6 feet now?
Yeah, he's 6'125".
Okay, so he's still growing a bit. Yeah.
Well, I think they said he was like 5'9" 2 years ago or something like that. And so he had to, his body had to catch up, right? Fill out. The only real issue with him early on was the skating, and it improved. So I fully expect him to go in the 20s. I'm not surprised about that at all.
He lacked a bit of burst to me when he was skating, but I mean, again, he's not strong. So I mean,
he's one of the best stick handlers in this draft class. Very, very crafty, always creating offense and competitive. Like he wants the puck and he wants to score. There's a lot of things to like about him. I don't mind that pick at all at that spot.
Now, general question: would you have taken him or Prokhorov?
Well, I had Prokhorov 10th overall, so
Lakovic's killing us, boys.
He's gonna fall in the first round. Wow.
He fucking might. Him and Fiddler might fall out of the first round. Which
Fiddler's
means
not as surprising though, as like Grant said. Like again, I'm fairly aware that we're higher on him than a lot of other people.
I have them both in the 30s, so it's
the Lakovic like out of the first round's interesting.
I've got him 31, I believe.
Still a first round.
Yeah, but 30s. Wouldn't shock me if he went in the second round. Wouldn't.
They were really people were really off of like how like inconsistent he was, like in the lack of physicality for his size. Like that just is
just
that the
perimeter.
Him?
When you hear 6'3.5" guy that's perimeter, scouts aren't enamored.
I mean, I will say, usually the big guy that doesn't hit infuriates me.
Darren, you ripped him all year, and then you talked me
Because
into
at the end of the year, he was at the end of the year, he started hitting guys. Like, he did actually start hitting guys.
You saw him throw one hit, one game.
He didn't throw
There's
one
a difference. There's a difference between hitting guys and playing on the perimeter. That's not the same thing.
No,
right?
that's fair.
You know, he
But I
still won't drive to the net, go to the dirty areas. You know,
It was just that it seemed that he was leveraging his size a bit more, maybe not hitting guys, but leveraging that being bigger than the other guys. But again, he wasn't doing that earlier in the year. I agree. It just, I saw it more at the end of the year, but I mean, I've been down on that too. So it's more than fair.
yeah.
I would hope he takes it as a personal offense.
Yeah, maybe like fell in the draft. Like, maybe we should start hitting more guys. Maybe we should start leaning on.
Well, maybe it'll be good for him. Not, hey, kid, you got to compete harder.
Yeah.
Wake up call, right? He probably thinks he's going top 15, and
Yeah.
I had him in the mid-teens most of the year, but it just, you kept waiting for that, for him to compete. And when I kept getting reports back from the lads when they went out west that perimeter, you're 6'3.5", and your perimeter player, ooh.
Yeah.
It's funny that he got handed the captaincy, right?
Oh, here we go. Washington Pecks.
He got handed the captaincy, but was it to light a fire under his ass, or was it deserving?
Washington.
I think they just traded everyone away. Didn't have much there. That might have been the classic junior. Just give it to our best guy.
Yeah, Lakovic went to Washington.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team that take a bigger guy and hope they develop. It's kind of them. But
hey, they took Protas, and Protas needed to develop, right? Learn to compete a little harder, and he did. So that's interesting. Washington keeps getting bigger.
Like, I like that. I don't mind that pick for them at all.
Really good value.
That's great value for them.
Oh yeah.
Grant had him mocked to 29th. That was the closest one of us by far. Me and Boyce had him in the top 15 on the mock. Made up a lot of ground there. Don't like it.
Yeah.
So where are we here? That was 27.
I was 27 yet. We each have 25 first rounders correct so far.
Oh, all right. I don't feel terrible about myself, so that's good.
Well, that's pretty good, eh?
I got to beat last year. I had 28 last year.
I like that my guy 10 isn't picked yet. I knew that this would probably happen, and where they're picked doesn't mean that's where they were supposed to be picked. We'll see 5-10 years down the road if
But that's why they're like, you do your rankings versus a mock, right? Like the rankings.
Yeah. No,
right.
Like Marchenko, I had top 20.
This is brutal. They got this kid interviewing talking to the GM and the shit on the screen. Like,
it's brutal.
They're welcoming him to the team like on a screen. It's just fucking bullshit. Kids work their whole lives for this moment, and then you make them do a goddamn Zoom call to get drafted. It's insane. I digress. I've been mad about that enough all year.
Yeah. But
cheap ass owners.
I find that the Russians are the most unpredictable where they'll go,
Oh, for sure.
Well, teams aren't confident taking them.
Well, you see it only on video. You have no one there, really. And if you do have a guy there,
some teams we don't have a scout there, I don't think.
Right.
That's part of the problem.
And there's a few teams like that.
Yeah.
And, like Marchenko, to me, Marchenko and Prokhorov are first-round talents, and they may not go till the second round. Uncertainty, only watching them on video, all that stuff. Marchenko, I had him top 20, but I only watched him on video. Obviously, I didn't go to, Moscow to see him live or
Didn't
anything.
you go to
Siberia,
Siberia
eh?
to watch him?
Yeah, no, I didn't go. So I missed that plane trip, but he goes 48 to Columbus, and now he, full value for being a top 20 pick. So you wait 5 years and you hope that the guys that you had ranked high that went later, end up being good ones. And sometimes you get them right, and sometimes you don't. But
I do feel some of these teams are missing out on some value here by not being a little or at least being hesitant with Russia. Like, it's still good hockey players over there, and I feel like they are still coming. Like,
yeah,
like it's not.
it's a poor. I think it's a thin draft year, and I thought there'd be more Russians picked higher because of that.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, there's still a trepidation with Zurowski. Oh my goodness.
That's what
Where's he going to go? I think he's a real wild card. He may not go till.
You go for anyone for
I think Carolina
until tomorrow afternoon.
I'm going to say Carolina.
They like those types of picks.
Yeah, they're going to take a Russian. Like, they're a team that has confidence taking a Russian, though.
Or they'll take Potter.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Why? Or a very Carolina pick.
I think, you know what? I think Zurowski is to Carolina. Like last year, they picked 2 or 3 Russians that I had.
They have confidence there.
I had ranked between 60 and 80 that didn't go to the 5th, 6th round. Carolina took all of them.
They draft off a computer, dude. They don't. They have the computer model.
But there's
I'm not even chirping them right now. This is just like how it is. They have a fucking computer model that does all their shit, and they get their scouts' opinions to remove guys off that list, like the undraftables, that the computer stats will look like whatever, and then they just pick like. So that's why they get all these stats guys all the time, and that's why they usually draft a ton of small skill.
Yeah.
So who's Winnipeg taking here?
I would have said
Is this a Spence guy?
This could be Spencer Fiddler.
I have them taking Fiddler here.
Okay. Like, those picks would make sense for them here.
Spencer Fiddler are perfect Jets picks.
Yeah.
They pick. Select. BU. Boumediene.
Boumediene, there you go. Again, that makes sense for them too.
I had him going 30 in my mock to San Jose, so that's right around. Yeah. I'm not surprised by that.
There we go. Boumediene. I had
good
him.
Skater. Has to work on some things, get a little more physical, but
he was young in the league he was playing in, though.
Yeah, that's right.
You can give him
Me
a little bit of a break.
Me and Grant both had him 30. Boyce, you did not have him.
Didn't put him there. No.
You are now trailing.
Oh no.
It's pretty close.
My sorrows for the evening.
Okay, rookie.
Good player.
Yeah.
Not a bad pick at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now are we thinking it's Zurowski time? Right now with Carolina?
That's my
guy. That's their kind of
Boumediene was going to be a first rounder always.
So where's Spence end up though? Like that's
holy fuck! Like no kidding. Where's he end up? Maybe Pittsburgh at 31. To be honest,
didn't they trade that pick?
Well, they just traded down to. Oh no, they moved up.
They traded it again.
I think Philly would take him at 32 if he's there.
Didn't they trade that pick too?
Or 31?
I like Zurowski a bit.
Did Philly trade the 31? Yeah, they did.
31, yeah.
Because they
moved it to move up to 22.
Yeah.
To or move up to 24 or 23 to get Zonin.
So LA has that. Is that
LA, yeah.
LA is one of that.
Philly moved up to get
I'm so fucking lost
get
now.
Nesbitt. Philly moved up to get Nesbitt and then gave up that pick, right?
Yeah.
22 and 31, yeah.
Yeah.
The sharp suit he's got on. He does look like a Winnipeg Jet. Oh, good pick. Looks like a player.
Dressed like it.
Yeah.
Dressed like a Jet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're starting to wonder that too there, Ben. We're starting to wonder that as well.
Well, when you're up to pick 29, it's something worth wondering, that's for sure. Yeah.
We got to get Zorowski in the first round here, Darren. You know why.
Listen, he's a good player. Like if he wasn't from Russia, like I don't think this would be as much of an issue. But
well, my aunt had or my grandma had wheels, should be a bike, so whatever.
It's fine. They're still still feel they're missing value in Russia. Some of these teams by not scouting there that seriously, but
I promise they're not missing shit.
No.
I mean, it makes sense that teams are more comfortable grabbing these two guys at the start of the second round.
Yeah,
and that's what will happen if they don't get picked in the next three. You'll see Prokhorov and Zorowski will both go in the 30s.
Probably see the goalies too.
Yeah, Frolov. Ravensburgen probably goes. You would think 35 to 45 if he doesn't go, or maybe even the first pick of the second round.
Ravensburgen,
36 or something.
Yeah, something like that. We had the goalies all right in a row. We had Frolov at 33.
Well, we had them kind of
33, 36, 39. We had Frolov, Ravensburgen, and Andrianov all in the top four.
Tier. They're like we at least we found them
45 or something like that.
Yeah, but Friedel was the second tier though. Like it was just a second. Like to me there was kind of a gap between them. There was those three, and then kind of he was the next.
I kind of like him in a tier on his own. Well, him and Medvedev.
He is kind of on his own, but Medvedev's solid. He's okay. He didn't play a lot. Love his hands though.
He can actually catch a puck.
You have Breitel mid-second, eh?
Yeah.
That's a guy that there's quite a divergence of opinion on him.
I could see. I'm not shocked by that.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to a guy who I really respect, who actually former goalie. He said he wouldn't draft him, which is a little surprising.
And that's goalie scouting, right?
That's goalies, yeah.
That's goalie scouting.
I will say this about him. I like the size. He plays well. And, again, whenever I've seen him play, he played well playing against better guys. Like you'd see him playing pro in some of those U18 teams. He's playing in pro. He played those teams, played well against these U18 teams when his team is they're inferior teams.
Yeah.
None of these guys, again, when you see him react to shots, he reacts well. His problem is when he moves down below, there's holes. And that would be the issue that I have with him. He is moved, which is why there's a divide between him and the other three guys. I think they move more fluidly than he does. Whereas he would need a lot more work with his, kind of move down low. Whereas, like, say, a Frolov, it's literally harnessing the athleticism that you have out of him. So it's a little different.
Yeah.
It's a little different type of development that you would need. So
I'm going to give a cheap plug here because I haven't done this once all night. If you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. We're trying to build this up. So if you are watching, please hit subscribe. Cost you nothing, and we would appreciate it. So I got to convince Grant to come back on here somehow because my decorum's not doing it for him, I don't think.
It only took you 4.5 hours to ask people to hit the subscribe button.
I like to.
You weren't pushy.
You got to slow play, like just like get the good convo going, and then ask.
Yeah.
So Grant,
all done.
Grant, I'll ask you another question with the goalie stuff. Medvedev, was there any kind of comments on him? Because
I was just going to ask you, I'm surprised you have Breitel ahead of Medvedev.
So with Medvedev, I thought he also struggled to move a little bit, even though some people say that. When I watched him live, I thought he was more of a handsy goalie. And like, that's good. That means you track the puck really well. I mean, knock on wood, that literally the only skill I have playing goalie at this point is that I can catch a puck. So, I mean, I do find that to be, it's a high-end skill set when you can track a puck. I just thought he needed some improvement with his skating more. I like him as a prospect. I mean, he's still like, I think we had him as an honorable mention in our like
Yeah,
early
you had
third
him
round
on,
guy. Like
you
he's
had him in our 10
yeah, like I like the prospect. There's just I liked
Yeah, I've got him early third,
Yeah.
which is where you guys would have him, and
Yeah.
the fact that he's September birth date, you know,
really young,
will help him, I think, and I expect him to go somewhere between late in the second and mid third, probably somewhere in there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Brustowicz.
yeah,
You think he's going to go at the end of the?
I didn't even have him. I actually don't have him in the first round of my mock.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No.
No.
I like the
Where
player
did
a
you
lot.
guys rank him?
We ranked him 30. I like him,
Okay.
but I just don't think he would be taken. Like, there's a difference where I think in the rankings versus them taking him. I know. I've seen him so many times. I didn't see many bad efforts from him all year, and that was just.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm going to see that multiple times, and I mean it's consistently a pretty good game out of a guy who's 17. I mean, sure, he's playing with. Well, they moved him around partners a lot. He played with Dickinson a lot, but he played with all the other guys.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
The only guy he kind of struggled with was Woolley, actually, but Woolley kind of gives the puck away a fair amount. But I mean, I liked what I saw. I mean, we talked about
Carolina's up to something.
Yeah, they are. There isn't the elite skill, right? Like, it's that specialized skill with him that I think teams are kind of looking for. But I do think there's some value in a guy who's also pretty good at everything. Like, I don't think he's bad at everything. I think there's more offensive upside there than he showed. I think he kind of overperformed even for the role he had offensively. But I mean, to each their own. I mean, he's not the biggest guy either. So it's, he's average for a D. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
I liked him. I liked him all year. So I think you get good value on him anywhere after around here. So
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's probably in the mix from here on, like between here and 50 somewhere he'll go. I would think. Lots of exposure, obviously playing with London too, and certainly the Hunters pushed.
He improved a lot from last year too. Like that.
Like when the scouts talk to him, they say, oh no, he's a first. Yeah. They push their own guys, and with good reason.
They develop them well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even
Chicago.
Nice. So they moved down a few. Okay.
Teams aren't moving too far usually, as a rule.
It was 28.
But even great, like you say that, like they develop their guys, and like I know you've been hard on Dickinson at times, but even this year when they were playing, like they were pushing Dickinson to be more of the offensive guy this year. You could tell they were making that a priority out of him. Now, do I think that he's comfortable doing that? I mean, he did put up a lot of points, but I'm not sure that's really going to be his thing.
Yeah.
But they were certainly making that was something they were trying to get out of him this year. So they do put guys in positions to get better. Like it is.
So there's the trade. The pick 29 to Chicago for pick 34, pick 62, and a 5th in 2027.
So I mean,
34 and 62. So is that better than 41 and 49?
Depends who you want to get it.
Depends. Maybe they have a tier there.
Yeah. No, I'm just like Montreal. If they did like a guy and wanted to move up, now you're getting close to that.
So
for 41, 49, right?
Is Chicago uncomfortable in Russia here?
Can't think of too many that they've drafted recently, but
they had that Kantsarov or whatever his name was.
who?
They have Levshinov, like he's Russian, but he wasn't.
Belarusian? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
close enough, I guess.
This one of the, yeah, is
It's basically Iron Curtain. So
Yeah. Yeah.
like, is there a guy like Spence is here? I mean, Spence might fit them. I don't know. Like
Carolina could be looking at, take one of the Russians at 34,
absolutely,
figuring that he's there.
yeah. I think you've got that one better.
What's that, Rocco?
that has to be what they're targeting.
I think so.
Carolina with a Russian in the early second sounds pretty much like daylight savings time. You can count on it once a year.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this: I don't think Chicago's taking a goalie. I'll tell you that.
No, probably not. Who do they really want here? Fiddler, Spence, Potter, Zarovsky, Prokhorov, Brustevich.
I don't see it being Potter.
They like small skill, man.
They picked Nazar and Moore.
Well, yeah, they like. That's what I mean. They like
They
it.
like the program, eh?
No, they like him, but how many small speedsters do you like? I don't know.
Well, we have made that point to the Chicago people multiple times, and they don't want to listen.
No.
I don't know. I would like. What's wrong with a big winger here?
Rondell, that's Prokhorov. Here we go.
Yeah, Prokhorov could be in play here. Sure.
Mason West.
Did we get that one?
You did.
Oh, they're trying to get bigger.
Definitely trying to get bigger.
I think they succeeded.
So one thing I want to say about Wes Grant is that when I watched him play, what was sort of apparent to me is that he is not hockey strong yet. Like you could kind of see it, like he had some football strength, but he wasn't strong for hockey yet. That was one thing I kind of noticed with him. And another thing that I thought interesting with him, I've kind of played hockey. I mean, again, not at this level, obviously, but I played with some guys who played football before. When they play football and they play hockey, they see the ice in a little bit different way than hockey players see them. Just where the lanes are within the ice surface. Like guys I play are more running backs, but the way he's the quarterback, he does have vision. I think passing wise that some other guys don't. It's a little bit different, so I could see why guys would like him. I'll tell you, I'm interested in him. He hasn't played.
I actually love this strategy by Chicago a lot.
Yeah. No, they needed to get bigger, and
Strassel and West are great.
Well, they kind of did what Grant wanted Montreal to do if they had the picks.
I don't disagree with, and I knew that West would go higher than I heard that he might go in the first. Scouts that I trust thought that was risky. And I agree, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at the end of the first that.
Did we put him
with that size?
Yeah, he was 31.
In our
rankings,
that
size skating, the size skating, the vision has to appeal to you. I don't mind that pick for Chicago. It's a fit.
Yeah, I think his in zone playmaking is quite good.
Well, it's all projection, though, because he hasn't played. I just hate that he's still playing football. That bothers me. That's the one thing that bothers me.
That's one thing that bothers me. I saw him, I didn't watch that many games because there weren't that many for you to watch. That was part of the problem. But I saw a lot of pucks bounce off a stick. And when he did try to stick handle, I saw it in a couple of high school games in particular, and it really bothered me that he's losing pucks to these guys that he shouldn't be losing puck to. I'm just not sure about his hands, and not physical for a 6'6" guy always bothers me a bit. Was he trying to protect his shoulders for football? Who knows exactly, but I wouldn't have picked him in the first round because of the football question. Like he went to the scouting combine and he told them that he's going to commit to hockey, but that's what he's not going to say that he.
All the hockey scouts that.
Yeah.
Of course.
Apparently, he's going to play football his senior year. So
that was the
still in doubt.
Well, that's what, in my belief, I think he would improve a lot if he was doing hockey specific training, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
And he doesn't look like that's going to happen now for another year.
Right.
That concerns me. The other stuff, again, we're at pick 30. There's flaws with the guy. It's just you can really see if he trains specifically. There's going to be some improvement in some of these other areas here. His skating will just get better just because he's literally strong in the right spots. He looks like a football player. He really does. So
yeah.
I think I don't know. It's worth a gamble for. It's their third pick. So.
Well, I thought that they needed to get bigger, and that's exactly what they've done. So,
yeah,
good on them.
Should like their draft. Don should be happy.
The Don's going to be thrilled. The Don's going to be thrilled with that haul. Except I don't know how big of a Frondell guy he is, but whatever, he'll get over it. I'm pretty sure he started the Frondell to San Jose rumors. I actually think that was him and Chicago fans in general.
Did you make some money off Frondell to Chicago there?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got him at 4-1 when they first
go. Yeah, you picked that early.
Put $50 on it. You got 200.
Do they not just take Spence here? He's available.
I know they need to take Zarovsky because I got him at 6-1 in the first round, so that's what we need.
Come on. Make Rocco some money.
We went from plus 600 to minus 110 in 4 hours.
You got Nestrazel too, right?
I hit that one, yeah. And I hit Zonin 3 times. Actually, I bet him 3 times. San Jose select. Prince Josh Ravensbergen.
Oh, I got him too.
Boyce is in the lead. No, we can't have the rookie in the lead. Oh, especially the goal. The worst part is the guy who fucking hates goalies in the first round.
Put one in the first round and he went.
One in the first round. Oh, it's hilarious. Was that pick 30?
Yeah. I mean, that wouldn't have been the guy I would have taken. I'll just be honest about that. But
sorry, who took him?
San Jose, which is interesting.
Yeah, they
just traded for Askarov.
Yeah, but
you always want guys in your system, but
in the first,
I feel they could have taken some. They need right-hand D. They do need some D. They do.
Oh God, yeah.
They do though. They don't have anybody.
But there aren't any good right-hand D at this point in the draft. I've tried to drum that into you guys. You're not listening.
Oh dear.
Oh shit.
I mean, he's a big guy.
Fiddler's going in the second round, boys.
Someone's getting a good player. Sun should trade those picks and get them.
Yeah, what do we have to go to? Yeah, what do we got to give up here?
Suns need to trade into the second round. Why don't we have
only 2 picks left in the first? Fiddler, Spence, Potter, Brusevich, Zarovsky, Prokhorov still on the board. We're terrible scouts. What a disaster.
Not really.
Yeah.
I'm actually shocked that they took Ravensbergen, actually.
Me too. If I could mock him to, if I could have guaranteed one team that doesn't draft a goalie in the first round, it'd probably be San Jose, and I would be dead wrong.
I think they've gotten to know Askarov too and realize he's a loose cannon, just like Nashville did, Like you seen the the thing he does with the net down on himself, and like he's a different bird.
He's a
He's a
freak
Russian
athlete. He's a
goalie.
freak athlete goalie, though.
But he can't.
But we're actually speaking.
He's got no glove. He's got no glove hand.
No, and he moves around too much. That I'd even argue that's more of
there's
a problem.
He's inconsistent, and he's
He's a
flighty.
young goalie. Young goalie.
I don't know. Like the mental part of it's pretty important to a goaltender, and
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he's got the right mental makeup.
It's okay. We got another sponsor here, sponsored by Vacla Strassel and Rada Mertka. We got a nice Czech beer, the Czech Var, which is the original Budweiser. If you don't know, look it up. Believe it or not. Fun beer story for you. Grant's leaving because Prokhorov's not drafted yet. Oh, fuck, Boyce. I thought the Zorowski was automatic when I saw
Carolina traded their pick though.
I know, and they're still
literally who he said he was going to.
I know. I had it locked in. Locked in Zorowski to Carolina.
I'm shocked they took a goalie.
Me too.
Like at least in the first round. I mean, second round I wouldn't have been shocked.
Okay, so
first round.
This and Kindle would be the two most surprising picks to me.
Yeah.
Those were the only two that I felt were like, not that I felt were bad picks, but that
Andriano is surprising.
No, because we knew a goalie could go in the 20s.
Yeah, but
940 fucking save percentage this year, dude.
He was really
chance he was going first.
He was really good.
942 save percentage.
Yeah.
He was really good.
He let in
How many
almost no goals all
How
year.
many 6-foot quarterbacks go in the first round of the NFL draft?
So I will say this: the freak athlete ones do.
Flutie Flakes.
It's only the freak athletes.
You ever have Flutie Flakes? They were good. Do you remember them?
Yeah.
I know Grant remembers Flutie Flakes.
Those are
pretty
young, man.
Never had them, but
Oh, I'd go for a bowl of Flutie Flakes right now. Those are good.
yeah.
What a human highlight reel that guy was, Doug Flutie.
He was really small though.
I would say this Doug Flutie would be on my all-time underrated athlete list.
He's a really good athlete. You have to be a good athlete to play at that size.
Quarterback in the NFL like 5'9" or whatever he was. He couldn't even see over like the bench, I think.
So the thing with Andrianov, Grant, like he is a really good athlete. So even if he is a little bit smaller, you can at least see that part of it. It's like if you're an elite athlete, it can at least there's a possibility it translates a bit more. He's not that small, but yeah, he is undersized compared to the other guys anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's going to hurt it's going to hurt Ivankovic being 5'11" and a half.
Well, that was a prediction I had there with him, but he didn't have a good year either, though.
Here we go. LA picks.
Spence. I mocked them, Spence, at 24.
Henry Brustevich.
Did they?
Yeah. Why, Darren?
Why? What?
Why did they take him there? What is he?
What is he? Well-rounded.
Nope. Try again.
He's a London Knight.
Nope. Try again. What is
the
he?
Right-hand defenseman.
Bingo bongo. And he's a London Knight. From the London Hockey Factory.
Vanilla.
Honestly, yeah. But sometimes you need a little bit of vanilla on your team.
Yeah. But he's a right D, and the Hunters pushed him on the scouts. Like I said, it was, oh, fuck. Got to take him in the first round. So
I got that.
Somebody bet.
I was going to say he had a good year. I thought he played quite well consistently the majority of the year. And they kept giving him more and more responsibility throughout the year.
So going into the last pick, Grant has 26. Me and Boyce both have 27. Correct.
All right. I didn't do terrible. I need Spence to go. Is Spence falling out of the first round?
Who do I have, Boyce, that you don't, and Grant doesn't?
Well,
I'm not
Oh.
shocked that Spence might not go in the first.
I am shocked that Fiddler might not.
Oh,
I'm more shocked. I'm a little more shocked with Spence on that one. Like I figured he was like he's just
Who's 32? Calgary? They're not taking. Okay, Grant, I'm gonna post this comment. Grant, can we unblock Greg? Greg's feeling bad. Can we give Greg a second chance? Can we give Greg a second chance so he can follow along?
oh God, I got so many blocked. It'd take me a month to find them.
Getting blocked by Grant's like getting caught in the rain in London, England. It's just gonna happen sometimes, you know.
Oh man, that's
This fucking first round can't end soon enough.
Oh, that's so good.
Hurry up and make your pick, boys. Fuck.
Oh, I
what
love
does
it.
Calgary need here? What do they need?
Calgary's gonna take a shot on a guy. It's Calgary. They're gonna take for upside.
Take your shot, Grant.
It turns out Greg also got blocked by Jakub Voracek, so maybe this is a Greg problem and not a Grant problem.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it there.
Eric Nielsen.
There you go.
It's another guy that we fought about that I lost here.
Son of a player.
Oh, Greg says
His dad played for Calgary.
Greg,
Yeah.
just make a burner. Well, just make a burner.
Marcus Nielsen. His dad played for the Flames. This is Calgary's pick. Might be him.
They're gonna who's upside low? I think they're gonna take a Russian. Prokhorov or Zurovsky. Why? I don't know, because it's last pick. I don't care anymore.
Well, they need some upside. Like they should be taking an upside.
Look at all their picks they made last year and this year. Rashny, Parak, Parasak, whatever. No, Parasak was Washington. Sorry. But
They took Battaglia. They took Misa's brother. They made some nice picks last year. Took Gradine.
I just feel like they've been taking upside picks.
Yeah.
Gridden was their
What?
swing last
Is
year.
it Gridden or Gradine? I don't know.
Gradine.
Whatever.
Yeah. I feel like
Gridine,
Don
last
Cherry
year,
half the
don't
time
care.
saying names.
And is it Nestrazel? The Razzle Dazzle? I was Nestrasil.
That's just yeah, I don't know. Don't listen to me on names. I get them all wrong.
No, but both of you call him Nestrazel.
Who's going to be the last pick of round one? Peyton Kettles. I'd be so happy.
No,
God,
it's
I'd
not
do it.
Peyton Kettles.
I know it's not going to be, but if it was, I would record Grant's reaction and post it every year at the draft, just like the fake Ryan Strome tweet,
Oh boy.
which is
Dylan
fake.
Strome?
Which is, yeah, whatever.
Dylan Strome.
The fake one that you get ribbed every year for that people think is real,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
really it amuses me. I know it bothers you, but Ryan Joseph thinks Milton Yastreen. I don't know about that. A little early for me there. Not enough upside for Calgary. They're going to take a swing, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but he's he's dropped. He had a brutal U18s, honestly.
So they took Rashny. That's in the upside pick.
So Fiddler, Spence,
No, I don't know if they really need.
they need everything. They suck.
I think they would still take like a higher upside shot on a guy.
Gastrine, Nilsson, a couple of Swedes they might consider. Yeah, there's some upside guys here,
Yeah, like
but
Who's
Wang,
who's 31?
huh?
Who is 31? This is 31.
Murtaugh's a possibility.
Who went 31st, boys? Oh, Bruce Davich, yeah.
Cooper Simpson would be a. He's a hell of a stick handler. There's some offensive upside there. Maybe they look at someone like him. I know some guys that really like him.
I'm shocked Boumediene and Brusevich went ahead of Fiddler.
I'm a little shocked Brustevich did.
Calgary selects Colin Potter.
That's not a bad pick for them.
No, it's a bad pick for me. We wanted Zarovsky in round one. He's going 34 to 34.
He's going to Carolina at 34.
Yeah,
Looking that way.
So Spence fell out of the first round.
That's something.
Considering he was the start of the year, borderline maybe top 10 pick.
He was not borderline. He went in the year as a top 10 pick. I know it doesn't matter that early, but he was by most.
Oh, there's always
at least a surefire first.
There's always a couple guys, but
I didn't think he had that bad of a year though.
no, like 70 points, 30 goals or whatever.
No.
Lost his number one defenseman early in the year.
Or offensive play driver. Yeah, like that.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised, but
Yeah.
Boys,
there were guys that
first round.
Hmm?
You didn't put Potter in your first round?
No.
Huh. Looks like
I guess
the
Rocco
greatest
won.
scout in the history of the puck bunker with 28 out of 32.
I missed by one.
You guys had 27. Crap shoot. I'm just messing around, but
We didn't do bad.
no, it was good. I didn't improve. I had 28 last year. I wanted 29 or better this year, but it's all Carolina's fault. They fucked me.
Yep.
Colin Potter.
So
Bastards.
So just kind of thoughts, Grants, any surprises here for you? Or
You got
anything-
someone who is not a fan of the Colin Potter pick.
Yeah, he's upset.
Who?
The Flames fan here.
Gavis Concon.
Oh, yeah. We
But
gonna
hey-
suck forever.
Gavis Concon. There's a heartburn medication for that. Maybe take some of that and you'll feel better.
So yeah, I was going to ask maybe biggest surprise and what is there some pick you really liked or something you really liked from one of the teams?
You expect me to remember all the picks now?
Is there someone you
We have
like?
a ticker, Grant. We have a ticker.
Six Molson Canadians later. I'm looking at the ticker here. Surprise pick, eh? Oh God. Well,
Kindle
okay.
at 11.
Prokhorov, I'm surprised. No, not really. Yeah, well, Andriano, that's a surprise pick at 20.
Kindle at 11.
I thought they were taking a Russian, but not that one.
Fair. Yeah. Fair point.
Kindle at 11, a little surprised, even though I know there were guys that had him top 10. So Nesbitt at 12. Yeah. I was surprised that Philly moved up to take him there. There were a few surprises, but it was one of those drafts where I expected to be surprised. So
Yeah.
not surprised that I was surprised, if that makes sense.
Goes on, and what a pick by Pittsburgh. I don't know who their scouts are, but they're fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I do actually like what
I might
Ottawa.
know.
I like how Ottawa still got their right-hand defenseman, and they actually gained an asset. So I'm actually quite satisfied, even though we got basically the most ho-hum defenseman.
Don't care.
And
He's
all
gonna
the
play.
static about it.
He's gonna play. You got a guy that's gonna play 600 plus games at the 23rd overall pick, and you got to trade down to do it on the right hand side because that's a great result. I don't care if he
Oh,
ends up
yeah.
being a second pair, a third pair, or first pair. He's gonna play, and he's gonna play for a long time in a position that's hard to find. And I'm very, very happy with that pick. And I'm even more happy with the asset management because Dorian would have traded up a third round to move up spots.
Yeah, we would have lost the pick somehow.
Yeah.
If I'd have thought that Hensler would be there when they picked, I would have said that's when it came up, that was who I thought they were.
Well, that was the highest guy left on our list at the time.
Yeah. So I mean,
Hensler or we put Hensler ahead of
very good value. Plus, you got another asset.
Yeah.
And I agree. He's safe, and I think he'll play, he'll play a decade plus, probably for Ottawa, because he won't score a ton of points and they won't have to sign him.
Pay him a ton.
They won't have to sign him to a big contract, and, the rest is history.
Should we
So
do
good for them.
Should we do the second round tomorrow? Are you allowed, boys?
No.
Can we start a GoFundMe to hire you a babysitter for the second round tomorrow?
Well, my wife might leave me if that's the case, but
Yeah, but you'll have hockey and you'll have us, and that's what matters.
What time is it at noon?
Yeah, that's at noon. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Any last thoughts? I thought Lakovic was a steal there.
I mean,
Well, at least the second round will be quicker than this, so I might be able to. You might talk me into one round, but
Come on,
it won't be like,
players available there early too. Like there's going to be
and they're not going to broadcast it on Sportsnet. So
Montreal still might be able to get your guy.
yeah.
actually,
I wouldn't mind if they got Zurowski either one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I expect them both to go in the 30s though, and the Canadians don't pick in the 30s, so I think if they want them, they'll move up a bit. And you're at that point where a team will move back. It's close enough now. When you're within 10 picks, teams are more interested in doing a move back.
Yeah.
So
especially in the second, there's so many. I mean, you have I would say Fiddler, Spence, and then the two Russians are probably like your most obvious guys.
Frolov, I think too. I'll say the goalie should go there somewhere.
And the three Russians, then maybe let's say. But you have those, and then you're pretty much wide open. You're in a pretty big tier of players here between now and 55 or so.
Yeah,
really. So. Let's call it here, guys. We're all exhausted. That's 5 hours. That's
Went by quickly.
10% of season 1 of the Puck Bunker. For all 64 of you still watching, thanks for sticking it out. This was a ton of fun. We've never done a live stream before, so we're hoping that you guys enjoyed it as well. I'm going to talk one of these two bananas into coming on with me tomorrow at noon, so tune in then for round 2 coverage. I can't speak for round 3, but we'll do round 2 at least. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. Grant, awesome. We're really happy that you joined us, and we're excited to do this more often with you. Boyce, hell of a first season.
Okay, man. Thanks. Thanks for inviting me, and let's have a little more discussion about right defenseman tomorrow, guys.
We need
a lot of them will go tomorrow.
Boyce, we need a moderator here. Just 1 hour, please. All right.
Okay, man.
Good night, guys.
See you guys.
Have a good night.